Ocio, welcome! And I'm hoping you're having a good evening. I'll be with you in just a minute. Don't go nowhere. Ocio, I'm sorry about that. I had something I had to do. And anyway, I wanted to continue tonight, for just a little bit anyway, to continue where I left off, so to speak, where we were discussing about angels and demons and the aliens, you know, origins, maybe where they come from and things of this nature, spirits and these type of things. Now, see, no one is never truly fully an expert. This is a fact, okay? A full fact. All right, we have people that come out and they claim to be experts. That they an expert is someone who's really knowledgeable. They're so knowledgeable they have all the answers. Some even call themselves a professional when it comes to paranormal and what have you. A lot of professionals out there, but they're not a professional. When it comes to paranormal and things, like cryptids and stuff. I mean, there's so much to learn. There's a lot of unanswered questions. And last time I was talking, I was mentioning about the aliens, okay? Uh, the aliens, people will think that they're from another planet. I don't believe they are, and I believe that I am correct on this. All right, that they would come from what you would call maybe like another dimension, inner space, uh, as you will. All right, and now remember, so I don't know if y'all saw the different articles and different ones who claim they have had communications with these aliens, right? From another planet. I don't know what planet they're claiming these aliens come from. We'll just say that it's aliens from Planet X, right? But anyway, they said they communicated with them and others have and all this and they so the ones they were called the I think they would pronounce it Anak or Anak. And anyway, uh, see, now there's something fascinating about that. Do I believe that they were communicating with aliens? Well, I believe they were communicating with beings, entities, right? Not from Planet X or Xenar or wherever. But we'll use the word aliens as the way we come to know the word. All right. So we'll just say, for the sake of argument, we'll just say aliens. Though I don't see them as from coming from no other planet, from interstellar travel, no. They're interdimensional beings, from another, how would you say it? uh, from inner space. So anyway, now these Anak, uh, Anak, there's different ways to pronounce it. Anak uh, is really a race, a people that existed a long time ago. We're talking like if you pick up the book of heaven, right, and if you was to read it, well, you would find out like like in the, what do you say, the old Bible days in the Old Testament, like in the days of Joshua and Moses and what have you, right? The thing is, throughout the Old Testament, that these names do come up. There's some others. I'll get into that another time. Tonight, I'm just going to cover briefly on the Anak. All right. And I'm probably not even pronouncing that right. I think it's Anak, but how you want to say it, I'll say Anak, okay? And the Anak, like I said, were a race of people that existed, and they weren't just regular humans either. They were giants. Their height ranged anywhere from 8 foot to 9 foot, 10, 12, 14, 15 foot, and even bigger. But these giants they weren't clumsy like you see in movies and old stories where these big giants were hulking and big and walk kind of slow and talk real slow. No, 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 no. Not by any means. So they were quite capable of moving just like you or I. They weren't clumsy. They were warlike, and they were known to be cannibals. Oh, yeah. And they existed before the flood. It even mentions that in Genesis that the Nephilim, as they were called, they were giants. They were the product of the fallen ones, the fallen angels. Okay. But anyway, you had the Nephilim, which, they spread out and they had different names, just like, you have Asians and you have Europeans and you have the Jewish people, the Filipinos and stuff. Well, I mean, you had the same with these giants. You had different races of them, but they were giants nevertheless. Double rows of teeth, 6 fingers, and 6 toes on each hand and each foot. And I'll tell you right now that if you think about it, that's kind of a scary thought. These big old things, running around and they'd eat people. Oh, yeah. See, and before I get into what I'm going to get into here, see, there was some soldiers, special forces group, and this is true. You can believe it or not, had a run-in with a giant in Afghanistan. They did kill the giant. The giant killed one or two of them. No, injured one and killed one, a soldier. But before that, there's another unit out there patrolling, and they came up missing. And they sent out this one unit of special forces. They came out there and they found, it was either special forces or rangers, but it is the same thing, you might as well say. But they found somewhat, I guess you would say, the remains of those soldiers, a whole unit wiped out by a giant. Now, there are still giants out around Afghanistan and other places. I mean, there's millions of caves and stuff all throughout that region around there, mountains and stuff where there's caves they can hide. And with all the wars and stuff around out there, I mean, it's easy for them to, you know, get by without being spotted. They're not stupid, all right? But anyway, um, they did kill the giant, but it took them a little bit to do it. It took a lot of shots. They had shot it around in the midsection, and that wasn't doing it. And one of the officer, the one who was in charge of that unit, told them, commanded them to aim for the head and to go up, higher. Of course, it's tall, right? So they did a lot of shooting. They brought it down, but see the thing when they first run into it, it had threw a spear right through one guy, and it picked it up and started to fight the men. Uh, but anyway, the giant, they said it smelled like dead, death. When something's rotted and stinking, that's the way it smelled. The cave was littered with bones and stuff, and some rotted flesh and meat on the bones, human bones. And yeah, so anyway, I just thought I would throw that in there to you. Yes, giants still exist. Just because you ain't seen one here don't mean that there's none elsewhere. And don't go around pointing your finger at someone who just happens to be 8 foot, 7 foot tall and say that's one of the evil ones. No, they don't have 6 fingers and 6 toes on each hand and foot, and they don't have a double row of teeth. And they're not cannibals. All right, so there, how you like them apples? Yeah, I do like apples. All right. Anyway, um, let me share with you some information, okay? And I apologize if the signal comes and goes. It's kind of weak, and then it's real strong. It may uh, be a little pixelated and all this, but I apologize for that. Okay. Oh, wrong thing here. Hold on. Let me share something with you. All right. Now you got to look back in history. All right, and I want to share a little history with you. All right, now this goes back now in the days when Joshua, remember Moses, Joshua, Aaron, you know, all right, when they had crossed over, getting ready, to cross over the River Jordan, they had left Egypt, they traveled through Midian and everything, and on. But anyway, they were going to cross over the Jordan, but they wanted to, send spies out. In fact, let me put it this way: get it straight from the Book of Heaven, right? It says in Numbers chapter 13, starting at verse 1. The Lord said to Moses, send some men to explore the land of Canaan, which I am given to the Israelites. From each ancestral tribe, send one of its leaders. So at the Lord's command, Moses sent them out from the desert of Paran, or Paran, however you want to say it. All of them were leaders of the Israelites. And it proceeds to give the names of the the leaders' names here. All right. Let's see. All right. Here we go. Anyway, if you read on, all right, it sends the spies out and everything, and it says here on the 21st verse, it says, so they went up and explored the land from the desert of Zin as far as Rehob toward Labo Hamat. They went up through the Negev and came to Hebron, or some of you would say Hebron, where, and it gives some names, Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, or Anak, however you want to pronounce it. Anyway, this is where these descendants of Anak lived. Hebron had been built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. When they reached the valley of Eshcol, they cut off a branch bearing a single cluster of grapes. 2 of them carried it on a pole between them, along with some pomegranates and figs. And they said that these grapes were big. I mean, I'm not talking about the grapes were, each individual grape was about like that or anything, no. But the cluster alone and the vine where they cut off, the thing was huge. And they had to carry it 2 men on a pole. It was huge, right? Uh, they grew things big around there, didn't they? But anyway, man, that would be nice to get that knowledge of how they did that. How that around here, you be able to grow big fruit. Oh yeah, vegetables. Anyway, 2 of them carried it on a pole between them, along with some pomegranates and figs. That place was called the Valley of Eshcol because of the cluster of grapes the Israelites cut off there. Skipping down to verse 26. They came back to Moses and Aaron and the whole Israelite community at Kadesh in the desert of Paran. There they reported to them and to the whole assembly and showed them the fruit of the land. They gave to Moses this account. Now listen up. We went into the land to which you sent us, and it does flow with milk and honey. I mean, it was very fruitful land. We went into the land, all right, okay, yeah, fruit and honey. And they said, here is its fruit. But the people who live there are powerful, and the cities are fortified and very large. Why? You got giants, Nephilim, the Anak living there. And then it says, we even saw descendants of Anak there. All right, you remember how I was telling you about how these people were saying, he was communicating with aliens, a race of aliens that were called Anak, and they had some other names and stuff, but Anak, they're not aliens, okay? No. All right, let me see. We even saw the descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites live in the Negev, the Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites live in the hill country, and the Canaanites live near the sea and along the Jordan. Then Caleb silenced the people before Moses and said, "We should go up and take possession of the land, for we can certainly do it." But the men who had gone up with him said, "We can't attack those people. They are stronger than we are." And they spread among the Israelites a bad report about the land that they had explored. They said, "The land we explored devours those living in it." And see, there they are talking about cannibalism. Okay, you got to understand it. And this was from the giants. All right. And says, "All the people we saw there are of great size. We saw the Nephilim, the giants. We saw the Nephilim there, the descendants of Anak came from the Nephilim." Did you hear that? We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them. So, what do you make of that? Okay, so now know that because that the Nephilim, the giants, when they died, see, they don't have a promise of or choice of heaven or hell type thing, right? No, because they are the product of the fallen angels. They're half human, half um, fallen angels. So, I mean, they're huge. The angels were big or tall. See, angels are able to change form, but their natural form, should I say, they're big, right? They can appear, to us to be like our size, smaller or bigger, but they are really big. They're tall in their natural form, should I say? Okay, now mind you, now you feel free. You can disagree or whatever. Just leave your comments or whatever. Share your own thoughts. But I'm sharing the information that you may already know or know a little bit of it. Maybe you kind of heard of it, but you didn't know the full story, whatever. There's more I have to share on you. There were others throughout in history in the Middle East over there where there were these giants. Now you still got them in Afghanistan, and there's other areas around there in the mountains, and they live in caves. All right, like on what I was telling you about earlier, right? So you have to know that when giants die, their spirits lingered, and they became what you and I come to know as demons. And that's where your demons come from. It wasn't like the demons wasn't here before everything was created and all this kind of stuff and blah blah blah, whatever. They're the spirits of these Nephilim, the giants. So now you had these people saying that they had communications with these so-called aliens called Anak. So are you catching my drift here? These uh, aliens are not aliens. Hey, Ocio. Okay, bro. All right. Yeah, glad you stopping in to listen. Okay. Hey, thanks, bro. Yeah, I'm glad you dropped in. Yeah, we're supposed to get some bad weather a little later. Sometime I think it's supposed to hit here around maybe around 6 a.m. somewhere around there. So yeah, you be sure you buckle up. Yeah, Ocio, Ocio. Okay, now these said aliens. All right, these UFOs. They exist. They're very real. All right, now before I say anything further, let me just put this in as food for thought. Now, like I said, you feel free to disagree or share another thought, or whatever on it. However, you heard the myths, the legends of the gods, the Greek gods and stuff. Apollos, Zeus, Hercules, and on and on and on. You've heard of the what do you call them? Oh dang, monitors, centaurs, fawns, and what have you. Right? You've heard of those. Were they just total myth? Well, that's kind of a yeah and no. Stories over time get embellished, and yeah, and then in the present days, from throughout history to the day, I mean, we have the stories and that we've all come to know, about these Greek gods and things, right? So, but anyway, if you read the book of Enoch, or Enoch, as everyone comes to know, uh, but I always say Enoch or Enoch, I think is the correct Enoch, but I'll say Enoch, Enoch. But anyway, if you read the book of Enoch, it's a very fascinating read. It really is. And it is history, more or less. And you get to understand some things about these half animal, half human beings. All right. These were what the fallen angels did to corrupt God's, the creators, the great, beautiful one's creation. To, like, in your face, ha ha, look what I done. They corrupted. They messed with the DNA and everything, and they created these beings out of what the creator already created. They started monkeying with it. Well, keeping that in mind, fast forward to our present day. All right, you have abductions of humans, and you have cattle mutilations and all this. All right, again, and when you see these gray beings and stuff, do you know how they were created? By the fallen ones, the angels, fallen angels, not the heavenly holy host. I'm talking about the fallen ones who have created these things through using DNA and all this, and And the whole idea with the spaceships and everything, it's part of a big plan, a deception. And I'm not going to go into that part. I'm just trying to explain about the right now the angels, demons, the giants, the spirits, and like where their origins are, where do they stem from? Okay, like I said earlier, the demons are the spirits of fallen angels' children, the giants. When they died, their spirits didn't ascend up. No, they still lingered here, and they are very evil. And they do have power. They're able to. That's why, people will say poltergeist. These are demonic forms. A spirit of a person does not have the power to move things. All the moving and throwing stuff. Demons don't like us because of who and what we are. They never have and they never will. And the whole idea is that they got to deceive man. And they'll do anything. And plus, they love to torment man. Um, Now, can I say, now, and I'll be honest, can I say where the little people came from? I have no idea. Because I don't think, not anywhere in biblical history, whether it's in the Bible or biblical history that, or should I say, history outside of that, that fully ever explains to where these the little people, the fae folk, come from, or it doesn't fully explain about how would you say the hairy ones or anything. And so I'm not going to go to on things like on that when I don't fully know. I'm not an expert. All I can do is share you my thoughts, what I know, and just my views. But that's why I leave it, for others to share their views. Maybe someone's got a thought that I hadn't considered. You know, you have, because you have a lot of people who believes in aliens. We see a lot of movies and they're cool to watch, awesome. But the facts are, mankind can be easily deceived on many things. And the thing is, which is really strange though, that you noticed, and tell me if I'm wrong, but have you not noticed these days there's more sightings uh, of UFOs, aliens, um, also of cryptids, and more paranormal activities ever reported ever? I mean, it's like you got more and more of it. Have you ever noticed that these days? Why? Why is that? Can you share your thoughts on that, anyone? I know there's two people. I know there's Matt and there's someone else. But and if, and whoever eventually, even after this stream is over, because I'm on 3 channels here. This is broadcasting on 3 uh, things here. I got Facebook and Old Fart Talk and the Warhorse Experience channel here. Okay, and anyone who would like to share their thoughts on that, why do you believe that we're seeing more and more reports on UFOs, sightings of aliens, paranormal activities, more sightings of cryptids? Why is that? Does anyone? Hey, Ocio, Randy. Hey there, bro. How's it going? How's it going? How's it hanging? Glad you dropped in, bro. Yeah. And, there, I got, okay, I got two links. Well, the same links, but because I got two channels or three channels on Facebook on a group there that I have, Sasquatch and the Paranormal, and and also on the Old Fart Talk, and which is my other channel here on YouTube, and then this channel. And a little bit to the left, a little bit to the left, a little to the right. Put your foot out. Put the left foot in. Put the left out. Yeah, I'm mucking it up. All right. But anyway, anyone who wants to join the panel and discuss this, share your thoughts and views on this stuff, yeah, feel free to anytime at any point. And hey, Randy, you're always welcome, and Matt's always welcome, and and anyone else. So anyway, I think this is a fascinating thought, really. Why are we seeing more and more activities of spirits, paranormal? And why are we seeing more things like the cryptids? Why are we seeing more of all the UFOs and alien sightings? Why is that? Why are we seeing it more now, today, than ever in history? Don't get me wrong, there had been plenty of sightings in the past, in history. However, we have to look, could do a comparison from history, from events in the past to the present, and notice that we're now just hearing and seeing more of this activity. Yeah, you get a lot of fakes, but but always when you got a lot of the real, you got a lot of fakes out there. You just have to use common sense and be wary of the fake from the real. You got to learn to differentiate. Sometimes it's not easy, especially with all the high tech stuff that they got. I mean, really, seriously. I mean, you're looking at the CGI, and it looks a little bit more realistic than what it did back 20, 30 years ago. Uh, uh, a lot more. But now it's unless you know what to look for, it's nearly impossible to tell. I saw on, let's see, which one was that? Um, Either Slapped Ham or Chills, one of them. Where one of the clips on there was supposed to have been a gargoyle, and had a human head and had a weird body and these huge giant bat-like wings and a tail. And these people had going helter skelter and everything, panicking. And you could tell it was CGI because of the movement of wings. It looked good, but when it came to its movements, it was not natural. At the speed that it was flying and at the way the wings were doing, it didn't add up. It didn't match. So you can tell on CGI to a point, I mean, if you know what to look for. Sometimes its shadows don't match things and looks a little distorted. But if you're just watching something, you're not looking for these things. I mean, it looks all real, convincing. But the thing is, though, we do have there is real sightings of cryptids and UFOs and what have you. And you get more sightings of these UFOs, paranormal activities, sightings of, of spirits and things, So why are we seeing that now more than anything? Can anyone come up with an idea, a thought on that? Would you care to share, to elaborate on it? Because this is a very fascinating subject. I have my ideas and thoughts on it, but I want to give y'all an opportunity to share your thoughts. And but like I was mentioning before, though, the uh, aliens are only a creation of the product of what the ancients of long ago would have called gods, but they weren't gods. There were fallen angels, and people thought of that they were gods. And let alone when these gods, the fallen angels, had started mating with human women, and they ended up having children, and these children became the Nephilim, which means giants, right? So, yeah, I mean, so, and not to mention that these fallen ones, the gods or whatever, were mucking muck with creation, with the animals and humans and stuff. So you ended up with actually, like the monitors, centaurs, fawns, all those, you know, yeah. And and the thing is, they are still doing it today. And that, but now you're even seeing stuff like the they're calling them grays and what have you. Remember, the abductions of humans, the cattle mutilations and mutilations of other animals and what have you. They'll take human DNA and everything and the animals and other things and to make these aliens, but they exist in what we would call an inner uh, dimension, inner space, another dimension, if you will. But I give ground for anyone to share their thoughts. You can always feel free to disagree, and I'd love to hear your thoughts and views on it. Don't be afraid. I got a link right there. You click on it, you can come up on a panel, or you can share your views right over here. And if the stream, when it's over and you're viewing it, you can share your views in the comments below. So the thing is, these things exist. No matter how you want to explain it, they exist. But a good question is now, why are we seeing more of this activity today? Can anyone say? Does anyone know or have an explanation? I haven't quit smoking yet, but you notice I'm fixing to roll me one. But have you noticed? I'm not. Yeah, I'm trying to get myself off of it. So yeah, Because usually when I'm talking, whether on the phone or face to face or like this, I smoke a lot. But, you know, or if I'm depressed or whatever. But as far as, chill and stuff, when I'm um, not talking or anything, not depressed or nothing, well, guess what? I don't smoke as much, but I'm trying to work on trying to change things so that way, like in this case, talking and I smoke, trying to cut back, try to keep it in my mind to be mindful of it, not to be picking them up there, no matter if I want one or not. But yeah, bad habit, bad habit. So I'm having to, I'm working on me. Yeah, I'm working on me. So, but anyway, what is your thoughts? Share it. I'd like to hear it. Don't be shy. Speak up. Use your mouth. Use your mind. Come on, you can do it. I know you can. Oh yeah, use it, man or sister, whoever's out there. Just come on, share. Don't be afraid. It ain't gonna hurt. Someone agrees with you, disagrees, it don't matter. Share your thoughts. There's nobody going to jump your bones here. No. I mean, we all have opinions and views on things, and we're going to differ on things. Some may have a more interesting thought that maybe someone or like me might not have thought about, and be like, you might have something there. So share. I'm gonna say, oh, if I had my teeth, I'd be whistling Dixie. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's like, and I guess you heard about the incident in Afghanistan. Uh, but see, those hills, those mountains all up around up there, and other parts in that part of the world, they got caves. A lot of them are hiding, and they're smart. The Nephilim, the giants, would still exist today. They hide. Just because you haven't seen one, don't mean they do not exist. That's like people say, I haven't seen a Bigfoot, so they can't exist. Well, oh hello. There's some people that haven't seen a giraffe in person. Some people. Some people might not have seen the little animal they call the Tasmanian devils. But just because you haven't seen one, don't mean they don't exist. And there's a lot of other things out there that no one has seen, but they're there. There's things out there that I haven't seen, you haven't seen, but you know that they exist. They're there. I mean, so yeah, I mean, the way as Matt was saying there, that humans, we have expanded to all areas here on this planet on Earth, and it's funny though, just like Matt points out that people get this notion, that they believe that we as humans are better and smarter than the creatures, or even in this case, giants or Bigfoot or whatever out there. They believe that they're smarter and better, and thing is, there's a lot out there we haven't seen or explored, and we humans have been spread all over. I think I think in part, for one, even though humans are spread apart, why a lot of times they haven't seen these things is because, let's face it, they're on their phones or video games or whatever there is out there. I mean, they're focused on other things of entertainment or themselves, or they're not seeing the big picture, as you will, you know. So these creatures exist. They're all out there. But we have not, just because we haven't seen one with our own physical eyes, does not mean they exist. And if somebody says that they've seen one, whatever it may be, what right do we have to say you didn't see it? Unless it's proven otherwise, you just might as well assume that they're telling the truth, because I can't tell anyone that oh, hey there, I'm glad you're still here, bro. Um, just because we haven't seen something don't mean they don't exist. Hold on here. Let me pull that up here, bro. Yep. That's right. You got that right. You said it. Well said. Well said, Matt. Oh, yeah. And let's see, what was it? Them mountain gorillas, if I remember right. They didn't. They wanted to say they didn't exist. They wanted to say they didn't exist, but they exist. They're there. You know, with the expansion of mankind, it's just a matter of time. I don't know when. I can't say. I'm not a prophet, a seer, but it'd be just a matter of time when you're going to have more run-ins with humans and the hairy ones, the Sasquatch, and other cryptids. Oh yeah. Do I believe that Nessie exists? I believe it. I might not have seen Nessie, but don't mean Nessie doesn't exist at all. So the thing is, with all this activity of UFOs or aliens and cryptids and paranormal activities, like each one's thought about why we are seeing more of this today. What is the reason that we are seeing more of it now? Matt, brought up the a good thing, because of man's expansion and stuff. You know, like as when you're dealing with, like, talking about Bigfoot and these other cryptids and stuff, they're not leaving much place. Man is not leaving much places for these creatures to hide. So, however, as a whole, cryptids, uh, aliens, um, the UFO things, and all that, the spirits, you know, spiritual activity, the paranormal. Why are you hearing and seeing more of it? I'm talking about the real thing, not the fake. Why are we hearing and seeing more of it now than ever before in history? Is there a reason why we're seeing more? I have my thoughts and my theories on it, but I would like to hear your thoughts on it. And mind you, that there were other types of a race of giants that existed. I mean, they all came from the fallen ones, but and they're all considered Nephilim because, well, Nephilim means giant, I think, in Hebrew, if I remember right. But anyway, uh, they, they went by other names too, because they had spread out, and because see, at one time they were hunted. They got their butts kicked. I mean, major butt kicked. So they would move out and spread out, you know. And I think that would explain in a lot of cases, especially like the, what do they call that thing there in England? Um, I know what you call it. Oh, dang it. Them stones. I know what you call it. Uh, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Dang it. That it sucks getting old. I'm gonna tell you. Um, oh dang it. The famous stones, it's like in a circle, the big standing stones. Oh dang it. It bugs me. I can't figure out I know what it's called. I hear you, bro. All right, maybe on another night, bro. I hear you. I hope. So, but I'm trying to figure out what's the name of those stones. I can't. I know it. They're famous. I was mentioning it to someone the other day, and I know what the. Oh, I'm trying to think. Stonehenge. That's it. Stonehenge. And I think that was also the reason, like in that neck of the woods, and that. Yeah, bro. I hear you. All right. Yeah. I think that's where, how come those stones, the big stones, because a lot of people try to recreate how these people moved all these big stones and stuff. And in my thinking, now I have no proof of this, but in my thinking, considering that the giants did, the Nephilim spread out, all right, that that would explain in some cases, not all, but like Stonehenge and such. We've had Nephilim here in this country. Is there some that exist today? It's possible. Just because we ain't seen one don't mean that they're not there. They're over there in Afghanistan and those other regions around in that neck of the woods. They exist. But people are funny, they don't want to believe just because. Yeah, exactly, bro. The Nefer Stones of Babylon. Yeah, it's another one. So just because you haven't seen a Nephilim, a giant, oh yeah, we see tall people, but we're talking giants. They even had found bones, and some of these giants, in one case, they found a skeleton of some giants, and one would uh, probably stood, I think they said between 20, 30, 40 feet, somewhere around in there. But it was big, all right. And they had others that were like 15 feet, 12 foot. Um, but the Smithsonian kind of like covered that up. Why? It don't fit in with the theory of, and it's a theory of evolution. They teach a theory as fact, and there's nothing to back up evolution. They'll take the word adaptation and kind of mix that word up with evolution. I didn't come from no monkey. My ancestors did not come from no monkeys. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Everyone's thoughts on that is different, but everyone's free to think the way they want. Isn't that right? I mean, because this country here, is based originally, to have freedoms. One thing was part of like having your own thoughts or your own views and what have you. And, without somebody giving you the order you've got to think and be this and this and that way. That sucks. But anyway, we have all these different things uh, going on with these aliens, the UFOs, the hairy ones, the rake, skinwalkers, and the dogmen and the fae, and spirit activities, paranormal activities going on, and it seems to be more than ever that we're seeing those. Now, my thoughts. All right, I'll share you my view, and you can share yours. All right, right or wrong, I'm sharing it. Right, why the way I think on it. You know, uh, and I don't. And I'm not trying to get preachy here, so don't even go there. I'm just sharing my views about the why things are the way they are with all these activity. All right, first of all, knowing that uh, the fallen ones, the fallen angels, and their byproduct and all this, they hate humans. And because the Creator made humans different than the angels, right? We're different. And, well, Mr. Lucifer, son of the morning star, and all that kind of stuff. All right, see, now, mind you, he was a lot of people picture him with a pitchfork and hideous and a goat head. No, he was really beautiful. And he is. He was one of the most beautiful beings among the whole host of heaven. Very beautiful. And that was his pride. That was his, I mean, he got the big head. The ego thing was going, so he fell. All right. And he dragged a lot of the others, I guess they were, instead of protesting, I guess they were doing sort of, figuratively speaking, rioting, trying to stir up trouble. The one that trying to oppose the very one who created him, find out he got his butt kicked out. He's lucky that he wasn't destroyed. So anyway, he gets run out. He hates the creator. He hates man, and hates everything that the creator created. All right, but he also knew and knows that there is coming a time where Judgment Day is coming. Think of it like Terminator Day without the Terminator, right? And he's going to get punished, and he knows it big time. So he wants to drag mankind and everything and destroy everyone, everything, and what have you. And as time approaches for that great time, as they call it, the Judgment Day, they're going to, well, I think it has something to do partly should I say. Partly. That's my own thinking and views. Now, I can be wrong, but I'm sharing my view on it, all right? As far as like paranormal activity and the alien UFO thing, I can't say rightly about the on cryptids and such, but yeah. Hold on here. Let me pull that up. Giants also rewrite history, religion, and education. It would cost too much money to rewrite all of this than to pay and destroy all evidence instead. That's true. That's right. That's real. You nailed it, bro. You nailed it. Well said. That's right. I hope you said that a lot better than what I could. A lot better, bro. You said it. Now, you got, all right, take a look. I mean, with that in mind, I mean, look how just in our own history in this country, you got people want to rewrite history. They they don't like the way history was, so they want to rewrite it. And actually, they want to rewrite it and edit it out, so to speak. So you got people that don't want people to know certain things. You know, all right. And I mentioned this in passing here, briefly. Okay, all right. Just look at the indigenous peoples here of this country. Okay, what was it that a lot of these them old dimes, nickels, and dime store novels and stuff they had back in the day during the like during the Civil War and all this that they had of the old West and everything and about the savages and all this and they uh, made it sound like it was true and people believed it. And then you had those who were supposed to be writing the history. They would take a little bit from these novel writers, and everyone's uh, exaggerating on the heroes that come out and whoop them savages. And they said so much. I mean, you can't believe a dang word out of half of what they say. But that's my whole point, though, is that, like Matt was pointing out, people will try to change and cover up things. I mean, it's a crazy world. Now, you have there for a long time, you had where the government, okay, did not want people to know anything about UFOs or aliens, right? And and supposedly they were sending people out to investigate it and all this. But it turns out that their investigation, when they even come across the truth, their job was to cover up that truth, to hide it from the public. And now it's kind of like a pro and con type of thing. I mean, you could, see in part why they did, in part. Because back then, people had notions about aliens from outer space because of sci-fi and all this coming down and whooping mankind and eating their brains and all that kind of stuff. They didn't want an invasion from outer space. So, they didn't want to panic, so they'd cover it up. I mean, that was the way people's thinking was back then. On that, when it comes to that, people are not likely to be reacting that way today as they would have back then. But still, all and yet, they were covering it up. And it was like the Roswell incident, weather balloons. Come on, seriously? And a lot of people didn't believe that, but then others did. You know, we all are free to choose what we believe and what we don't. So the thing is, we have more now, uh, where the government is getting to that point of you now speaking more, a little bit more open about it, and well, yeah, coming out and more or less saying they are real. But there's still certain things when it comes to the alien technology that they keep hushity hush. But they've been coming out more and more, a little bit open of it. I believe, and I could be wrong, that one day, mind you, that one day, what's going to happen is one of the things you're going to see on television is breaking news, and there it's going to be not on a movie screen about on some sci-fi movie, but I mean, think of like Independence Day type thing. You're going to see a big ship sitting over, and some officials from our government is going to be out there, and they're going to have a camera crews and all this, and they're going to meet up and all this, and yeah, I believe that will happen one day. I don't know when, but with the way things is going and escalating and everything, going nuts and all this, there's anything's possible. So, oh, I hit the wrong one. There we go. Oh yeah, you're right. Uh, you're right. We were afraid because of our skin color and our ceremonial outfits. That's right. You got it right. You got it right, bro. So here we are. You know, people are judgmental and afraid though of the unknown. And okay, just for example, all right, just for an example, say you have somebody who don't believe in ghosts, don't believe in that stuff. These are the very ones, they can have it right before them happening. They see it and they are afraid, but they will refuse to acknowledge it or tell anyone else about it, to admit it, because of fear and other reasons on top of that. But people, mankind, we're a strange lot. Me? Am I strange? Why, I wouldn't think that. So yeah, I mean, we have to sit there and take a better look on what's around us, to see it for what it is. We can refuse to believe. We can refuse to believe even what our eyes see. We can lie to ourselves and to others about what we have seen or didn't see, and all that kind of stuff. And mankind does it out of fear of the unknown. Heck, man is afraid of tomorrow or next year. They're afraid of the future, which that is unknown, right? Man is afraid of the unknown. Man feels more secure of what's around them. That's why some people will create a bubble, as you will, uh, living in Never Land, you know, like Disney World. Disney World is pretty cool. I've been there once, there in Florida back in the 90s. But but anyway, people are afraid of the unknown. We see all kinds of stuff around us, things that we're familiar with. But whenever we see something we have never seen before, there's a part of a fascination in part, but there is also a fear. The fear of the unknown. Is what we're seeing bad? Oh, okay there, bro. You take care. You have a good night and get plenty of rest there, bro. And I hope you get to feeling better. Trust me, I know how you're feeling. I took some pain medicine a little bit ago, natural stuff, of course, but been waiting for it to kick in, and it takes a while. But yeah, you take care, bro. Have a good night, and tell the other half of where I said Osio. Good night, bro. Later there. You have a good one, bro. So yeah, if now I'm going to see if I can get this thing here off. Put it right here. Hold on just a minute. Okay, I got the link up again. If anyone wants to come up on the panel, please do. We can talk for a little bit until we're ready to get off of here. But yeah, feel free to do so. Share your thoughts on what we're talking about, or we can just let it drift from what we're talking about to said subject and to other things. You know, hey, it's like whatever you want to talk about. You know, just remember, I'm only human, and I'm just a downright down to earth person. I look at it this way. We are all related. And I think persons should make themselves a stranger. If they want to come up here anytime that I'm up, all they got to do is come up, and they see my link over in the chat. You can click on it. Come on aboard. Step on up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, there for a minute I was starting to break out into a song. That's embarrassing. You start out to break into a song and then you forget the words. Yeah. Heck, it is just embarrassing just to forget things that you know, and then you get to talking and stuff, and then you can't even remember what it was, or what it is, or what it's called, or what's what. Yeah. So, hey, Randy, are you still there, bro? Are you still there, my brother? Are you still there, bro? Are you there, Randy? Are you there? Hey, there. I got the link right there. You know, and anyone else, they, you wanna step on aboard and talk and share and all that good stuff, feel free to do so. Because, it's kind of like what you said, Randy, one time, the way you put it, is the way I feel sometimes. It's like I feel like I'm talking to myself sometimes. It's funny now, if I'm doing just a video, not a live, but a video, I don't feel like I'm talking to myself. When you do a live stream and no one's showing up, or if they show up and no one's coming up on the panel, it sort of feels like I'm talking to myself. Yeah, yeah, I get that. I get that feeling, you know. And but I would like people, to share their views on like what we were talking about, and or maybe you have some kind of project, uh, maybe some paranormal investigations going on, or some interesting stuff that has happened from a paranormal investigation that's really weird and awesome. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can share that. Yeah, be sure to share your thoughts, what's going on and all that. Share it. Don't be afraid. You're still there, aren't you, Randy? And see, and how's Dee Dee doing? I love that dog. That's an awesome dog. Oh, and on that one investigation, bro, that one dude, that bro that was with you, who was he? Yeah, and I apologize that I hadn't got a chance to catch all your videos and everyone else's videos. Stay busy, and I don't even know half the time when I'm going to go live. I don't bother to, don't want to really try to set a specific schedule or anything because stuff happens. You get busy, sidetracked, and one thing after another, this and that, and it's hard to stay on that schedule. Because one thing's for sure, that on live, I I get where there's. I mean, I sometimes I feel okay about, I don't have the feeling of I'm talking to myself, but generally, most of the time I do. And then then there's moments, you go live, and you know what you first of all what you're going to talk about, and then when you get on, it's like it just flies out the window. I've had that happen a time or two, and that's kind of embarrassing. I don't follow any scripts. Okay, a lot of people will write their scripts out and everything, to get it right and stuff. I don't do that. I don't want to bother to do that. I know some people might want to have it perfect and all that, but to me, that's not being real. You're not being truly who you are. I mean, you don't act that way when you go out and meet people. You don't say, hold on, before I say anything. Uh, hello, how are you? See what I mean? And then they go into a script, and it's kind of like, that ain't real. So I just remain who I am. Sometimes I get to be on a subject, and then somewhere along the line, it gradually starts getting off the subject. And then somewhere close to the end, it goes back to, but that's why, because you get to especially enjoying good company, and talking to family, and friends and things, you enjoy it, time flies, you know. And I always appreciate and love good company. And like I said, I'm not perfect by any means. I have my flaws like anyone else, and I don't want anyone to think that I think I'm perfect. Man, does that sound a lot like a Abbott and Costello line, like something off of Who's on First. And I love that one too. But yeah, I mean, there is a lot of things, uh, getting back to the uh, aliens and demons and angels and things, right? There's a lot of things, that in this world that we don't understand and we haven't seen that exist. And our problem is that we have this tendency to say, well, uh, I haven't seen it, so it can't be real. We do. We have that problem. And that's sad. And I don't get it. Why are we this way? When we're talking about, hey, Alcio, Standing Bear, how's it going, my bro? How's it going? How's your other half? How's she doing? But, you know, like when I was talking, about the uh, aliens and the hairy ones and the fae folk and the spirits, and the all the spirit activities, paranormal activities. Oh, he left, bro. He had to go to bed. He had took some pain medicine and he had to call it a night. Uh, I'm not for sure. I think Randy's still here. I think. Oh, that's good. A little better is better than not anything. And she's still in my thoughts and prayers. Both of you are. With a lot of smoke going up too. Oh, now, earlier, Standing Bear, we're talking about because of all the activity now that one sees as UFOs, aliens, and then uh, Bigfoot, the paranormal activities like the spirits and all this, that you see and hear more of it going on now than ever. Oh, you're welcome, bro. You're welcome. Your family, bro. Um. Anyway, we have all this activity going, and like I shared my view on it, but I'd like to know what your take, what you think the reason why now in this part of history and in our time, why are we seeing and hearing more of it now than ever? And feel free to share. Don't be afraid. And like your take on it, because the way I see it, we all have a different view. And maybe one's view will hit it right on the nail and be like, oh, I haven't thought about that. Yeah, cool, right. I didn't know. Wow. See, I mean, you can learn things, and I want to encourage you, please share your thoughts. Don't be a stranger. This is not stranger danger thing. I mean, just get with it, man. Make it happen, Captain. So I would like to know what your all's take on all that is. And it's like it's starting to see a little bit more activity around here. Earlier, you know, last night, I didn't get no sleep. Beth can sit there and tell you that I stayed up all night, and I even did a live stream, right? And I didn't get no sleep whatsoever, none. And I was hurting bad. My back was really killing me, and my legs. Uh, I didn't get to sleep till close to around 8 o'clock. And then I slept for, I don't know, 3, 4 hours, somewhere around in there. Now, around when it just got dark, I took Yaya out, and he was getting me a little frustrated because he was taking his time about doing anything, taking care of his business. And anyway, as I was coming back, I seen on my mother's house, because you know you have a security light outside, and there was a big shadow. I think just went. I just looked at her. I said, "Don't you start! Don't you bother me! Get out of here!" I did. I did. I hear you, bro. Yeah, because I mean, you sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes out there, if you get out, you know, because I love looking up at the stars at night when it's a clear night, and I can see stuff in there that does not have. I mean, it's not planes, it's not a helicopter, or I mean, weird stuff in the sky. So I mean, you get all kinds of weird stuff. Oh yeah. So I mean, you get all these activity and stuff. You know, I got shadow people out here. I got native spirits out here. We got the Fae out here. You know, we got the hairy ones, and we got other type spirits out here. You know, and don't tell them what else. You know, and a lot of people say, "Fae, are you talking about fairies?" Yeah, I talk about fairies, but they're not like what you see in the funny books, fairy books, fairy tales, or in the movies. But they exist. My people, mine and Standing Bear's people, we've known about these things. They exist. The little people, and some of the little people look just like us, just smaller. And they can appear to you right up front, just in a physical form. You could carry a conversation with them if they choose to. It's up to them, you know. And if you haven't seen one, well, it's probably because he didn't want you to see them. But you know, but I do believe in showing them respect, just like with the hairy ones. You know, to show them respect, just like you respect. All I respect the deer, the tatanka, the buffalo, uh, the elk, the raccoons, possum, squirrels, you name it, fox, wolves, you name them. I respect them. You know, thing is, you have to show some respect. And in life, when you, even with people, you know, usually if you get to where you show respect, you kind of live a little bit longer. You live a little bit longer. You know, it's kind of like you get people, they think, well, respect should be just given to them, not earned, just given, but it's earned. And the fox, the wolves, the deer, you name them, they've all earned respect. Wow, bro. I mean, that's just like out of here. You can hear the singing sometimes at night or even during the day when everything's quiet and stuff, and nobody else is out. You can sit there and hear them, and I think it's pretty cool. Sometimes you can hear whistling, and I think it's one of two things. It's either a spirit or it's the hairy ones. Heck, it could even be some of the fae. And I kind of think that Bigfoot, Sasquatch, hairy ones, that they fit in the category of a fae. They're just bigger, you know. But we all have our thoughts, uh, about that, when it comes to the hairy ones. And they exist, and from other eyewitness accounts and stuff and everything, people that are reliable, who don't pull any shenanigans, all right, or will tell you outright that the things that they saw, it was really a rake or a skinwalker or a Sasquatch, or maybe some of them, actually saw what everyone comes to call as old Nessie or whatever. See, but people are funny, it's like, oh, I didn't say, I don't believe it. Why didn't they catch this or that? Why didn't there no bones? I'm surprised that those people even believe anything when they're like that. They probably don't even really believe in themselves, and that, I'm just saying. Uh, but we get a lot of these things going on all around us. And if I can get more people's permissions, I would like, not a really a reaction. I will say the word reaction um, freely, but that's not correct. I would like people, if they would give me permission to share, on the live streams, to share some of the videos from their channel and let, and discuss it, talk about it, what's going on. Like, here's evidence, and they'll see and get and wanted to see that there is a lot of this going on. Now, what's his name? Dennis from Dark Ghost. Uh, I call him the Little Russian Boy. I love his stuff. He gets a lot of stuff going on. Uh, yeah, there's a lot that's real, and then there's some things I see that I'm not sure. I won't say it's not, but I see things that I'm not sure. I can't say positively whether it's real or not, but he gets a lot of activity going on. And he has those moments where nothing happens, just like with anybody. But when people get it 24/7 on command, you see, you got to question that. You have to. Well, now, let's see. Where we go? Hold on. Let me get this. I'm going to put that link back up there. If you want to join, now's the time to come up there, bro. I mean, I'm not going to be on here much longer. At least I hope not, because I mean it's already 2:08 a.m. here. But anyway, I'd like, your thoughts, or come up on a panel, share your thoughts, or maybe just share what you've been up to on your channel. What kind of investigations you are currently doing, and or what you will be doing. And yeah, Randy, I know that you had trouble, same as what I had with people, and stuff. And you and I and the rest of us here, we don't care for those head games and those crap that they play. Hey there, bro. All right.
Hey, how you
How's things
doing?
going?
Well, I'm
How's
doing pretty
things
good.
going?
I'm not quite too sure to say hello in your language, but hello,
OCO.
brother.
Yeah, hello is OCO.
Osio, Osio. Okay. Well, I'll have to definitely remember that. Definitely. Is that a hello and welcome and goodbye? It's the same,
Well,
like the
we
Hawaiian
we
words.
don't we don't. A lot of the indigenous peoples is it changed over time, but we don't really like to say the word goodbye. So we kind of refrain from it because it stipulates like forever, like when you
Thank
die.
you.
So
Oh, brother, thank you. Yeah, I don't like goodbye because it's too much of a permanent word.
yeah,
It's permanent.
so I always say
Yeah.
later, later, see you later.
Yes.
I'll,
Yes.
I'll even add in there. I'll even throw in, see you in the funny papers. Yeah,
There you go. See the funny pages. Yep. There you go. And
yeah. So what kind of stuff you been up to lately, there, bro?
oh, brother, I've been going through this, going through that, and right now I'm going solo. So
Hear you.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting away from the trouble and the drama. That I will say, and most people don't like it. Oh well, get over it. Go cry me a fucking river. That's what I
Yeah,
said.
that's right. Well,
But yeah,
well,
please go ahead.
I've had the same problem, bro. And I look at it this way: you got to show respect to people. You know, you got to show respect, and
Yes.
just don't think
Uh,
that just because you like here on YouTube, because you might have a big channel and a lot of subscribers, that you deserve respect. You got to earn it. And
Thank you. Yes,
you have to
exactly.
earn.
Respect is earned. If respect is earned, it's not just given. I mean, I'm sorry, but I've traveled across the United States, and you know what? I had to earn respect from a lot of people, and it's a pleasure. It's an honor. It's a given gift. It truly
Exactly.
is. Yeah.
Because we have, like, well, I have in my experience, bro, is where
How you doing?
all right, yeah, I had events happen in the past, right? Like when I
Yes,
was in the
sir.
military, and that affected me. But there was a
Yeah.
long stretch of time when I finally came to that point in my life I had peace. And up until last year, because of certain people, and then it was like all that stuff came back up again. And so I started dealing with depression. and all this kind of stuff, and then people sit there, listening to gossip and carrying on and telling lies and stuff. And the next thing you know, I got people dropping off my channel, and I think they still
Yeah,
do.
right. Yeah,
But I
yeah.
look at it this way: I'm not about numbers. I mean, it's great to have them, but I'm not about it. I don't see
Right.
how people can even keep up with everybody in the chat when you got like 1,000 or more subscribers, and then you get like 500 or more, 300 in your chat, and that chat's going up. You can't keep up with them.
No,
You
good girl. Jeez, I wish I could get that many in my chat. Shit.
know.
I mean, I'm lucky to get 15 that are watching and have about eight in my chat room. And yeah, I know how you feel, man.
Oh yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I come from a military family. I mean, I grew up on a lot of military bases, and that thing is your left, your
Yep.
left, right, left. I, that does not leave my brain at all. I mean,
Oh
that's in
yeah.
my nightmares. I mean, oh my God, come on. Unless
Exactly.
otherwise anyone's ever been through it, yeah, that's a nightmare in itself. But I'm not saying, you know, I don't like the fact that I was brought up in a military family, but I'm glad I was.
Oh
I
yeah.
will say that.
That's
I'm
like
glad.
my older brother, my oldest brother. He was in the special forces. He spent 4 years in the special forces, and then when it came for his time, like, hey, you could leave now. You got your 4 years in, and no, he didn't stop there. He re-enlisted, but he went ahead and re-enlisted in regular army. You know, and I
Wow.
tell you what, he when it came time for him to retire, he'd been in there for years. He retired as a
Yeah.
staff sergeant, and
Wow. Wow.
yeah, and I'm proud of him. I'm very proud of him. You know, he
Well,
made a good go of it. But the thing was,
yeah. Well,
when he had all that experience, right? When he got
uh,
out, when it come to getting a job, you know what they said? He had too much experience, so they wouldn't hire him.
yeah. Yeah. Where does that get off? How do you have way too much experience? I have never understood one. I never will. Yeah. That just dumbfounds me. I mean, how can you have too
Exactly.
much experience? How in the hell can you have too much? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, like my half brother. I mean, when he retired from the United States Marine Corps, 15 years, Master Gunnery Sergeant. He tried and told me, he says, one thing is you will not put a captain's bars or lieutenant bars on me because now I am the moving target. I can't blame him.
Yeah.
I can't
Oh
blame him,
yeah.
man. And
Exactly,
yeah,
bro.
I wouldn't want that. No, no. Uh,
Oh,
even
exactly, brother. You're right.
there's no way.
Because you
And
you get well,
please go.
well, that's like, all right, with the stuff that I went through. If anyone would have a right to have a strong dislike for military, I would, but I don't. I just got caught up at a wrong place, wrong time. There was a lot
Yeah,
of bad stuff going on when I went in. All right.
yeah.
And
I,
that don't mean that all the military is that way, right? So
no, it
people,
doesn't.
that's like my brother. He went through a lot, but he did it. Oh, there he is. Hey,
Hey,
Bear.
yeah, I've been trying to get on there. It wouldn't let me. I had to back out and try it again.
I hear
Hey,
you.
man.
No,
Uh,
I can't stay on here long, but I was telling you about last night, hearing all
Yeah,
that sounded like laughing and the kids.
yeah,
There's a word come, I don't know, it said jag skin. It's JEGSKIN. and I got curious.
Yeah.
I said, that kind of sounds like a Cherokee word.
Yep.
And I asked a phone about it, and you won't believe what it stands for, what it means.
Tell us, bro.
The devil.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all. Cause
That's a name. That's a name they said meant devil.
Yep. Now it could be one of the native. It could be either or a bad spirit using the native tongue, announcing itself, or it could be a native spirit saying that one is present.
Yeah. I've been trying to figure it out which one it was.
Yeah.
I kind of thought in that same line right there.
What you ought to do is try to, if you can get a necrophonic app going, and then just see if you can get a response. Start asking them questions.
Yeah, I got it. I got it on my other phone. My old phone I can use, but I'm gonna have to charge it up. I let it run down, but it's got the necrophonic app on it.
Yeah, I got thing here where I was out the other day. I got to where I don't go out at night by myself anymore because I'm kind of clumsy.
I am too.
My back and my hips.
Yeah, I can trip over a blade of grass.
But if it's a little bit closer, but if it's a little bit closer and stuff where I'm familiar where everything is, and yeah, I can do that by myself. But I like doing it during the day, and I thought I'd do a little of the instead of taking the necrophonic out, using the K2 meter, seeing what kind of responses and all this. And I haven't edited it yet. I haven't went over it. I had been so busy, but I'm planning on getting that up soon and let everyone hear it. Maybe hear something that I don't hear. My hearing ain't as good as it used to. My right.
That's the way it is on them where I filmed it up there in Haunted Woods. I didn't see that stuff, but people sent me the pictures that they caught in it. I didn't see it when I was filming it.
Oh yeah.
It kind of freaks you out because that thing that showed up in that picture, I believe it was either Christy or Brenda. Them two sent me the things that they'd caught in it that I didn't see.
What was that, Randy?
Oh well, I was gonna say that Country Boy. I have to say, man, I love that goatee you got going right there, brother. I love it. I love it. Oh yeah. God, someday I wish I could have that one.
He's just spinning up there. I can't see him.
You're right there.
Yeah, I'm right
here. Yeah. So, what kind of investigations have you been up to, bro, Randy?
My last one was the biggest one was the House Above House. That tracked out all the way back to the early 1800s, where a lot of the railroad workers jumped ship and crawled on the ground into this from the railroad tracks, the old railroad tracks here in Shattuck, Oklahoma, and went for about a quarter of a mile to almost a mile to underground to this place that I did.
Right.
I got a few answers I wanted. As a matter of fact, I got a few acknowledgments that I wanted. And I actually got proof of a door shutting on its own against the wind. The door shut on its own. Yes. I am so happy with it. I am so ecstatic and so happy. Yeah. I think that's what I can get.
Oh, so, man. I wish I could have been there with you on that. That
no, bro, you would have had a field day. You would have had a field day. I mean, we would have been laughing and drinking up for that one, I tell you. Believe me. Spark up that fire water, brother. Come on. You bet.
I'll tell you one thing.
I mean that with the utmost respect to Warhouse.
Yeah,
I do.
you
I
know
do.
that.
Right.
I know that you know, around out here, there's places that I'd like to go. I've been trying to watch the gas because of the gas prices going up. But there's one
Yeah.
place I still
Yeah.
been was waiting for the warm weather to get in and all that. They called it the Dog Boy's house, and
Ah.
it's not far from here. I live in B Branch, and if you look on the Arkansas map, look at Highway 65 from Conway going north,
I know that.
you'll
I
see
know
not
Arkansas.
far from B Branch is Quitman. And in Quitman
Mm-hmm.
is where the Dog Boy house is. And I've been wanting to see about getting permission to do a little investigation around there.
Right.
I mean, because others have did investigations there, you know, and I wanted to go to just to verify it for myself.
Yeah.
What's there? You know, I've heard people say there was a spirit. They saw an entity that like had the head of looked like a head of a dog, you know, body of a human, but you know, and stuff. Now the boy that they called the Dog Boy, I mean, he earned that back when he was a little boy. He was a evil kid. He would torture animals and kill them. He was one sick puppy, you know, and they believed that that he had killed his father.
I'm on live with Warhorse.
Tell her I said Ocio.
Hey, he said Ocio. She said hi.
I heard her. Yeah. All right.
She finally got to get around pretty good for the time being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that she getting around. All right. That's good news,
Yeah,
bro.
They put her back on that one medicine again. And I don't know, that's the medicine they put her back on again. It's what brought her down the last time. She couldn't eat or nothing.
What's
now they're wanting to put her back on. Huh?
Was it those oh dang it. I know what here I go again. I can't remember the name. I think I know what you're talking about. That radiation therapy thing, you know, like with the pills. Is it
yeah,
that?
well this is Linzema is the name of it.
Oh, okay.
It's a cancer drug. It's supposed to go. She's taking them infusion treatments of the Keytruda.
Yeah.
For the cancer, and this medicine's supposed to go along with that. But last time she was on it, it made her so sick she couldn't eat or nothing.
Oh dang! That was like what happened to my father. You know.
Yeah, she was losing weight because she couldn't eat.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, if it does you like that again, I said, stop taking it. Because the Keytruda is keeping it. They said it was stable. And it wasn't growing any or it wasn't getting no better, but it was staying leveled out. So as long as it ain't getting no worse, I mean, that's an improvement.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. That's like my mother. Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
Oh no, I was going to say that my mother was going through chemotherapy, and because she had breast cancer, and she was also fighting with diabetes at the same time, and she got to the point where she was taking the pills instead of going through the chemotherapy. I mean, she lost her hair, everything. So I mean, I can relate with what you guys are saying. Sometimes
I downloaded a new app. Live stream called Stream Elements.
Yeah.
I ain't never tried it, but I got it downloaded. It's supposed to be able to do live on a regular phone.
Oh, cool.
It's supposed to be able to without a certain number of subscribers or anything. I just ain't tried it yet.
Have y'all heard of
Is that what you're talking about?
What was that? The name of that again, bro?
I know that Instagram has a
What's
live
that?
type of thing where you can go live, and it's just depending, give or take, on how many people that follow you, that they'll
Right.
connect. To a live show. There's a IG live. So yeah, I've used it once, but I really don't use it too much. I mean, like I said, in my past shows, it depends, give or take. Hey, people may be subscribed to me, but it's going to be random whether or not if I go live or not. I'm not going to post it. If you by chance have just so happen to turn the YouTube on and go, oh, holy crap, RAF is live. Holy shit. Yeah, see, there you
Yeah.
go. Now tune
Uh,
in.
I like
that,
that I like that acronym, RAF. I like it. That is
thank you,
awesome.
brother. Thank you.
I love
Yeah,
it.
well, it stands for Randy's Adventures in Family.
Yeah,
So
I
there you
can't
go.
see or
Call
hear
it
him.
RAF.
You,
RAF.
yeah. Standing Bear says he
RAF.
can't see you or hear you.
It just got the little wheels spinning up there.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was like when you tried to come on earlier there, Standing Bear. That was the way it was doing.
Yeah, I seen that. I backed out and tried it the second time and it come on.
I hear you. Yeah, you was
Don't
Well,
Standing Bear. You was mentioning about the an app. What was that again, Standing Bear?
Stream Elements.
Stream Element. I think
Yeah,
somebody was telling me about that.
I seen it was free to download. I mean, it don't cost nothing, but I reckon you're supposed to be able to go live on a cell phone
Wow.
without having to have 1,000 subs or anything.
Yeah. I'm also on Rumble. Have y'all heard of Rumble? Rumble.com?
No, I hadn't heard of that one.
yeah, I've heard of
Okay.
it. I haven't gone there yet, but I've heard of it.
I like it. It's really cool. With it, I got a few videos up on it. Now
Cool.
you have a choice. You can have you can pull it up on your browser. You don't have to download anything. But there is one thing though. They have like your on subscription. You have the free. You can post your videos, and I'm gonna tell you. You know how it is. To get monetized here on YouTube. It's easier to get monetized on Rumble. I'm not kidding.
Huh.
I've already
Well,
got on two
I
of
mean,
my videos. I'm already monetized on it.
Then Rumble.
Yeah, rumble.com. And if you
Oh, okay.
all right, now the
now,
other thing is you can go live on it, but there's like three options. On the second one, if you choose that, it's $10 a month. But you can, on that option, the $10 a month, you can go live. But on the free option, you're free. You can upload the videos and what have you, share them out and all that. It is really cool, and you can get monetized without the bunch of bureaucratic crap that you get here on YouTube.
Huh.
yeah. Well, I mean, for
I
myself,
may have to check that
guys,
out.
I'll be honest. I mean, I'm not out here to get monetized. All I'm out here to do is just to leave a legacy for some way and somehow that I have a statement that, hey, you know what, Randy was here. That's
Yep.
all. That's all I'm out for. I'm not out to be monetized. I don't care to be monetized. I don't want to be monetized because from everything that I've heard from being monetized, you have standards, you have limitations. No, fuck that. I'm gonna get down to the point where, hey, look, I'm gonna say whatever I want to say, and if people don't like the fact of what I put out, well, you know what, change channels. There you go.
That's what I like about
I don't
Rumble.
need to be monetized. I don't want to be paid. I'm not out here for the
That's
money.
Yeah,
Far from
I
it.
hear you. That's what I like about
Yeah.
Rumble, though. The thing is, you don't have the crap there that you get here. All right,
Yeah.
you're more allowed to share your views there than you
So
are
more of a freedom.
here.
Is it more freedom of speech?
Yeah, yeah. You got freedom of speech, and
Okay.
you don't have to worry about the government, or like they do with YouTube, and YouTube is owned by Google and all this, and
Right.
that have your video removed. The only way they will remove your videos if you're doing something illegal, if you're threatening to kill somebody or something like that. But outside of that, you
Oh, you're
share your.
flashing your personal goods, yeah, I definitely, yeah. Hey, get that off there.
Yeah, they keep taking my subs as fast as they get them.
Yeah,
I got
and
up to
Yeah,
140 something. They took me all the way back down to 135 again.
well, they took my one
damn.
video down, and I did not say to anybody at all, don't take the COVID shots. I never said that, but I was sharing my views with all this stuff about it, and how that I thought that it was really bad, that there has to
Yeah.
be something wrong with them trying to push it so much, and it's not
Yeah.
effective. It don't work, and yet they removed my video. They put hey, I roll mine too there, bro. I use an electric cigarette roller over here. That's why a lot of times you hear, and that'll be me on this electric roller.
I got one of them and I ain't never figured out how to roll with it.
I like the
I
electric
tell you,
one versus the other.
right. Well, I mean,
I can operate them crank ones pretty good, but them that electric one, I never did figure it out. I just throwed it back in the box and throwed it back in the closet. It's brand new.
right. Well, I mean, my uncle that taught me how to live off the land and live off the streets. He told me, he says, you know what? Well, you know what? You're gonna have to learn how to roll your own cigarette, because if you don't, you won't be smoking. And
Yeah.
yeah, I thought, well, I better learn how to roll me a cigarette. And
Yeah.
with this bag right here, guys, this very small one.
Yeah,
is
that's a brand I usually use.
Yeah, a 6
sometimes
ounce bag. Lasts me like 2 months. Why? Because I roll my own cigarette to my liking.
Yeah, and if I run out of cigarette tubes, then I get the old papers out and I get the little roller here and roll it.
There you go.
Used to, I try it with my hands, but it was never good. I was never really good at that. I tried and tried. I mean, I can roll good.
As they call
I could roll, but it never was tobacco.
Yeah.
I got good at that.
Yeah, brother.
Oh,
Yeah, but I'm and it's hard as heck, but I'm trying to quit. Because I'm trying to get back my singing voice that I had. I've been working on it. And
Same here.
it takes time, but I've been gradually getting it back, and I could do a lot better. If I could get rid of the cigarettes, I could be able to get my voice back again.
Shoot, I couldn't carry a tune if I had it in a bucket.
I'm lucky.
My one brother.
People might differ.
He said he's tone deaf, and he's tried to sing, and I've never had the heart to tell him. He already knows, so I don't have to tell him. But I mean, you heard a cat holler, when someone step on his tail, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking about trying one myself right there on the guitar. I got strings put on my 12 string.
Yeah.
Well, man,
I was
I mean,
hoping.
I can play the guitar, but yeah, as far as me singing along with playing the guitar, forget it. Not happening. Nope.
Well, I'm hoping
And
that I could get somebody to, I guess you say, collaborate with me. If they could play an instrument for me, and kind of be together, and and try doing a song while they're playing.
well, brother, as soon as I get a
I can't do
guitar,
much on the guitar, just
hit me
3 or
up.
4 or 5 songs, and that's about it.
Yeah, I was hoping someday I could get my oldest brother. He can play a guitar. I would like to learn it. I got a cigar box guitar over in my new cabin, and the only reason why I haven't been practicing on it was because the dang strings was the cheapo strings when I got that thing. So I want to get better strings for it, and but I'm
Is
not
it a
finished
regular
banging it.
right-handed or left-handed?
Yeah, I get $27 for a set of strings for that 12 string.
Yeah, my brother is real good on them 12 strings. I think where he could make it sound like a banjo.
Daddy always could.
Yeah, I think that's
That,
pretty cool.
there you go.
Yeah, Daddy
There you
Daddy
go.
was winning contests when he was 8 years old on the guitar. He played
Wow.
banjo tunes or anything on it.
Wow, bro.
My
Yeah,
sister
I
ended up,
love
my youngest sister ended up getting his guitar.
my
It's
fingers don't move that fast.
boy, I ain't never heard one sound
yeah,
like it.
you're
Gibson
like me,
SJ50.
Randy. Yeah. Uh, my my fingers don't move that fast, just like what
Exactly.
Randy said. And I don't know. It seems like a lot of people have longer fingers than I do.
That's my problem. They're short and fat.
Me and my little small fingers.
well, my older brother, he got a little bit longer fingers than I do, and he can play that. My father was good. He was a great guitar player, and the thing was, he learned that himself. Nobody didn't teach him. My
That,
father picked that up
that's
himself.
why my dad did. He learned, but
that's all.
he played just by sound, just listening to it.
Yeah, by hearing, yeah.
Because I
I
take I seen it done where they had a standard guitar and they only used one string on it, and it was cool, and it's like, oh yeah, I got to do that, man. I mean, that would be an easier thing to just start out with one string and then work myself to 2 and then 3. It's kind of like, oh dang, man. I think one guy called it his instrument. He said it's a one-string thingy.
yeah,
but
I've seen people make instruments have is a big bushel tub or something like a 5-bushel tub in metal, like a washing tub or something. The whole time I seen them put a stick up on the center of it and a string, and they played it.
Oh yeah,
sounded neat
good.
too.
It got a good sound.
Yeah, you sound like a one-string bass.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, I love that. Like the way they did it back even in the Depression era, and before that, the instruments that they would make and stuff is really cool. And it worked and it sounded good, even though today some would probably laugh at it, but it sounded good. It don't matter to me what something
music meant something. Music meant something.
That's it.
That's right.
Daddy and Mom used to play with I don't know if you'd ever heard of the old bluegrass group, Stanley Brothers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My dad and Mom used to play some with them.
Wow.
Them and Dad was good friends.
I love listening to Stanley Brothers. Hey, good.
Oh, I do too.
Man,
Well,
they are good.
Yeah, I've always liked him. I met him in person. Daddy took me to meet him one day. Yeah,
Wow.
and I got to sing one of the songs with him, one of his songs.
Yeah, that
That one they put out, the drunken driver.
Yeah, yeah.
I done that with him. That just made my day right there, boy.
Oh yeah, Earl Scruggs. I loved listening to him too.
Yeah, him and old Lester Flatt.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they were good.
Well, see, my uncle Carol used to own a piano shop down here below me. Yeah. And he used to go to Grand Ole Opry and he and Roy Akos get piano all the time. Do the work on it.
Now, there was on that movie, Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah.
I can't think of the group that actually really did the
Boston Body Boys.
Yeah.
Boston Body Boys.
Soggy Bottom Boys.
I love that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Soggy Bottom Boys is what they went by. I don't know if that was the real name or not of the band.
But I tell
you, it was.
Oh man, it was great. I love the music on there.
Yeah.
And I love that one song. Down to the river to pray.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like the way Alison Krauss sings that one.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I love
She does that good.
Oh, yeah, she has a perfect voice.
Yeah, see, I used to work concerts. I got to meet a lot of them people like that in person, be backstage with them while they was playing.
Oh, yeah.
I traveled for a while doing that. But that's good money, but I tell you what, they ain't nothing easy about
it. No.
Them roadies gain my respect.
Ain't that the truth?
Hell yeah.
And you work. It's like Reba McEntire. She sung at Greenville, South Carolina, Fairgrounds one year. And I had to help set her up. Had 7 tractor trailer loads of equipment. Just her. And good Lord, can you imagine unloading and loading 7 semi-trailers?
Yeah, because, see, my notion is, I've always loved singing, always have. And I hadn't done so for a long time because, smoking and everything and getting older and all that. But I found out that if I quit smoking, plus also if I work on it, I found out through some voice teachers that I could get my singing voice back. So I always pictured myself to be able to. I don't picture myself ever getting famous. I don't want to be famous. I don't care for it. But because I love singing. To get out on a sidewalk somewhere and sing, and if someone wants to tip me, they can, and I could just use that for gas. or food or whatever,
Dude, I'd have to pay them to listen to me. I'd go broke.
I don't do too much opera.
No, I always got into playing drums more than I did anything.
Yeah.
Oh, right here. Yep. I'm a drummer.
I played for 2 or 3 different little country bands around here, local bands.
Yeah.
And that was fun, but it gets old after a while.
Oh yeah. I always I love folk songs. I love country, real country, not this modern country.
Yeah.
This modern stuff I don't
old school country.
No, it's more like pop than it is anything.
I don't like all the blues, but I like blues.
I like some blues.
Yeah.
I like a little bit of everything except for rap. Or classical. I keep listening to them too.
There's some that may be good at it. I don't care for rap because I don't like the general message of them, that do it.
That's
Yeah.
me.
Who do you like here for his Eminem?
I like about every other kind of music they are, though.
Oh yeah.
We used to play a lot of country and southern rock.
Yeah,
But,
I definitely love Southern rock. You know,
yeah. Oh, you'd like some of them big 33 RPM albums I got.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
Kid Rock is
I've got a little over 200 of them.
Oh yeah. Now there's one. I'll say he does use a lot of colorful language in it, but it's one that I listen to. It's a I guess you would say a little bit of rap. I think it's called "We the People." I believe it.
I don't know if I've heard that or not.
That's the name of his album. But his song in there was well, I'll say F Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everything that he said in there was like, yeah, right on.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there pitching, boy, if Sleepy Joe's administration was to listen to it, boy, they'd be like, how dare he?
Boy, yeah, the truth hurts, doesn't it? The truth hurts.
Yeah, oh yeah. And you can imagine all the left wingers, the communists and socialists that, listen, if they've heard it, no doubt they have, they probably all up in arms over it. you know?
Yeah, I've been listening to some crazy fella on there on YouTube, but makes up songs like that about everybody.
Oh yeah, Buddy Brown.
Yeah, I believe that is him. Believe it is.
That guy. He's awesome.
Yeah, I like listening to him.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I like that. He gets on the tailgate of his truck, and boy,
that's him.
I love that. He really does. Buddy Brown. He good. I like him.
Yeah, every time I catch him on there, I gotta listen to him.
Yeah. I've always liked listening to Willie Nelson.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I like some of what was that guy that used to sing with him? Chris Christopherson.
Yeah.
Chris Waylon Jennings, Johnny Cash.
Yes.
Yeah, I grew up listening to all of them. Hank Williams Sr.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Hank Williams Sr. Good old boys. Just a good old boys. Never mean no harm. Oh, you never saw being in trouble with the law since the day they was
I guess
born.
my favorite country singer about has to be Merle Haggard.
Oh yeah, Merle Haggard. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know some of his songs on the guitar.
My mother.
You're my old school. You're my
the reason why my mother named me Marty, all right, was because she loved Marty Robbins.
Yeah.
She loved listening to him. So she named me after Marty Robbins, And
yeah, I like that Tracy Laredo that he sung.
And as a kid, back in the day, like in the 60s and 70s, right? It was like, you named me after that square. You're like, oh no. But when I got older and got to really listen to him, I'm like, yeah, cool.
Right.
Yeah. She named me after Marty Robbins, like, okay, all right. But when I was a kid, it was like, when I get older, I'm going to change my name. It was like, oh man.
Yeah, I was named after another.
Yeah, I was named after my papa on my daddy's side.
51. I'm not sure if y'all
off of him and one of his brothers.
Oh yeah, I mean that. All right, check this out. All right, now my father, he didn't when he was born. All this, It was crazy. His mother did not give him a name, right? She called him CE. That was
CD.
his name, CE, right? Okay.
Oh, CE.
So when he got into the military, they asked him, "What's his name?" And he said, CE. You know, and I said, "No, your name." He said, "That is my name, CE." And
You called her.
they looked at his birth certificate, and it said CE. And he said, "All right, we're going to give you a name, Cecil Edward." You know, and I remember when I was a kid, when I had found out about that, and I was mentioning it to some other kids there. And remember, they had a cartoon back then on TV. It was called Benny and Cecil. Beanie and Cecil.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
And so they would get out there and they would have a laugh.
My age, man. Oh, darn you, warhorse. Damn it.
Yeah, they sit there and they heard that about that. So when he came out of the house to go water the plants and stuff, there you go. Help, Cecil, help. Help, Cecil, help. I'm coming, Beanie Boy. And then my father would sit there and he gave me that look just like his. He gave me that look and I just sit there, oh no, I'm in for it now. And later, when it was time to come in, in the late afternoon, it was time to come in. It was late, so it was time to come in. And boy, did he give me a lecture. And he said, don't let me ever hear you call me or make reference to me as the old man.
Right.
If you do, you're going to be eating your teeth. And my my oldest brother, one day, I don't know, it was just the ones he was hanging around with decided he was going to cop an attitude. All right, me and my other brother and my mother, we went to church. And since my older brother did not want to go to church, you know, my father told him that, you know, he had to stay home. He said, "You better be home when we get back." Well, we went to church and got out, and time we got back home, it was around 10 o'clock. But guess what? My brother wasn't home. So my father, he got out, hollered for him, nothing. And he got in a truck, drove around the block, stopped places where he knew he liked hanging out. He wasn't there, so he came back home. He made sure that none of us went to bed. Well, me and my brothers anyway, that, you know, we did not go to bed until my oldest
showed up.
So it was around 12 o'clock. It was around 12 o'clock. He comes in, and I could hear it. Just you know, even to this day, he says, "Katie, bar the door." You know, and he says, "Come here." He said, "Where are you been?" He says, "It ain't none of your business." And
well, it's my business. I'm getting my ass beat by mom. Yeah.
Yeah. And so me and my other brother sitting there on the sofa, and my eyes about ready to pop out of my head, like, oh my God, oh no. You know, I'm thinking in my head, this is getting interesting here now. Oh no. So my father says, "You're going to tell me where you've been." He says, "I have a right to know I'm your father." And he says, "And it is my business." He said, I went to the movies. There was not far from there, about a mile or so from where we lived, there was a drive-in. And that was where him and his friends was. So my father said, well, how'd you get the money to go to the movies? He says, we snuck in. He says, I see. So my father, he sat there and he says, okay. He says, first of all, you disobeyed me.
Right.
He says, and now you want to cop an attitude and not tell me anything. You know, and he says, and then he says, basically what you was doing, he says, it still amounts to stealing.
Yeah, because you didn't pay the full price. Right.
You know, and he says, and then he says, you come in real late on top of it. He says, you know, he says, you are in trouble. And he said, what else have you been up to? He said, well, what is it up? We said, what is it to you, old man?
When the cops show up at my door, it's a big problem, boy.
my father proceeded, and you know, my brother, if I remember right, he was
to whoop him good, huh?
About 16. He was about 16 or 17, 16 around at that time. And my father started to pull the belt out. And then my brother just like, I dare you, you know, kind of attitude, right? And then my father like had a second thought, so he drops the belt. He says, let me ask you, he said, do you think you're a man? He says, I'm man enough for you. Yeah, see, my brother had been, it was those boys, his friends that he was hanging around. Yeah, my father, my father, I got the same money. He said, so if you're a man, you should be able to take a whooping like a man.
I heard that same story. Yep.
So my brother's just standing there looking at him, staring at him, not saying a name. He says, I want you to put your dukes up. And that's the way he put it. Put your dukes up. My father put his fists up like this. He said, go ahead. You know, my brother wasn't doing it. And he said, you're a man, ain't you? He said, come on.
Yeah.
You know, so my brother puts his fist up like this. He says, now, he says, what we're going to do, he says, you're going to take a swing at me. And he says, and then I'm going to swing at you.
And I'm going to take my best shot. Yep.
So he said, you're a man, you should be able to take a whooping like one. He said, come on. Go ahead.
Well, my stepdad had come to find out, don't do that with me because, I laid him out. One shot.
Yeah.
And my mom goes, dumbass, told you don't mess with my son.
And my father waited, and my brother pulled his fist back like this. And it seemed to me like my brother wasn't trying to put his full effort into it. And he starts to come like this, and he didn't get to make any kind of connection. My father used his fist, but backhanded like this. And at that time, my father had his wedding ring on, right?
Ooh,
and it cut his cheek. And the floor was a wooden floor. And when he hit that floor, I mean, the whole house shook. He hit it hard. And my father was standing over, he was, well, you could almost see the steam coming out of his nose, you know. I mean, he was just a snort, you know, like that. And then next thing you know, my brother gets up, and my father says, you go to your room and you think about what you did. And boy, he goes there running and screaming and crying, you know, and I'm sitting there. They're like, oh, don't stand up to Pop. ever,
Yeah, exactly.
ever. You know, and
No, I
then
tried that once.
yeah, my father looked at us, you know, and he sit there and says, "Well, don't you get any notions either?" We go, "Mm-mm, mm-mm, no."
I,
Uh, and
I
my
don't feel, I
brother,
don't feel
but my brother, check this out though. It wasn't even maybe, oh, I don't know. I'm guessing maybe 10 minutes, if that. He comes out and he goes straight to my father and he's crying and he hugs him and says, "I'm sorry." And he never
Uh,
did it again. And we learned something out of that when we seen that. So I think it was for our benefit that Pop let us see that. So that way, if any notions of trying to stand up to your father, well, yeah, you guess what you're going to get.
But,
yeah, I stood up to Dad one time and he hit me with one lick, knocked me plumb through the storeroom door, and I landed on the porch. Of course, I was about drunk at the time. It didn't feel it. It didn't feel it then. The next
Yeah.
day is when I felt it. He said, "Can I ask you a question?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "How'd you get up that quick?" I said, "Well, first of all, you hit me in the head." I
Oh.
said, "But second of all," I said, "let me ask you a question." He said, "What's that?" I said, "How in the hell did you learn to hit that hard?" Man, that one lick, I was airborne when I went out on the porch.
Oh, dang, man.
That's where it wouldn't hurt no worse if a truck had hit me, I don't think.
I
yeah.
hear you.
But I wasn't going to let on no like it hurt. But I didn't want to get up.
My father, now I don't know, like I've often said, you know, when I was a kid, I guess I loved overdosing on stupid pills because I was
Yeah.
stupid, you know. He could tell me not to do something, and then no, I didn't do anything to do it on purpose you know, disobey him or nothing, right? But I'd go do it, and then he'd say, "Boy, what did I tell you? What did I tell you?" He says, I'm not going to give you a second warning and a third. He says, "You're getting one warning, and you blew it, boy."
That's
And
all I ever got.
and he had tanned my hide. He let me know what that was for before he started. And then he'd even keep repeating it while he was tanning my hide.
Yeah.
So, and then afterwards, you know, I'd go to my room, you know, we sit there and then I'd cry and pout and all this. And then afterwards, later on, I was allowed to go out and I'd go out and then I end up doing that thing again. And it would take about 4 or 5 lickings on my hide before it registered. Don't do it, you know. Yeah, but you know, in my defense, though, I guess you would say the reason why I was so stupid, though, and did it like that, and was because you know I literally had a lot of hits in my head, bad ones, and it had made me slow. So even to this day, it takes me a long while to learn something, and I mean I'll learn it. Just takes me. I have to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it before I get it, you know. And so, but I was, yeah, but my pop, you know, he taught me about right and wrong, you know, and he taught me to say yes, sir, and no, ma'am, and yes, ma'am, and no, sir, and yes, sir. You know,
my mother taught.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I was not a mama's boy, far from, but my mother taught me the respect of yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am. I mean, my bad part of it is that I became a partier with my stepdad, and one night that you know, yeah, we were all him and I were doing some drugs that we weren't supposed to be doing, and he backhanded my mother in front of me,
Ooh,
and I told him, I said, "Do that again, I'll kill you." And he
oh,
goes, You gonna talk to me like that, boy? When I walked away from him, and I turned around and I said, one more step, and I'll rip your throat out. I will fucking kill you.
Yankee.
And I said, don't ever hit my mother again. I said, I've seen that once. I will not tolerate it again. He goes, you think you're a man? And I said, your ass doesn't mean shit to me. And I was 16 at the time. I was 16 years old at the time. And I told him, I'm faster than you. I'm quicker than you. And I'll rack your world up. I said, put your hands on my mother one more time. You'll be done. I will run this house. And my mom said, don't test my boy.
Hey, Yankee, I see you there now. How you doing?
After that, my stepdad and myself, hey, we had an understanding. And yeah, until that day, until my mom passed away, he knew where I stood. He knew where I stood.
Wow.
I was not going to let no man beat my mom ever again. Never. I will stand up and I will fight. And I understand you. I understand you. I understand anybody out there. Yeah. Mothers are one thing. Dads are a dime a dozen. I kind of see it. Dads are a dime a dozen, but mom's only one. You only have one mother. And that's the woman that brought you into this world, and she'll take you out. Mom brought you in, take you out.
I've always the way my father taught me, naturally with a lot of lickings on my hide and a lot of lectures, and I'm glad he did, because
same here. I had a lot of lectures, but I had a 2-inch thick paddle that was about about 3.5, 4 feet long, with 6 holes in it, about a half-inch round. Hit that on your bare ass when you got out of the tub, and don't dry off. If you dried off, I got hit harder. I only got swatted with it 10 times once. Never again. Nope. Never again.
That was like
bare ass and wet.
Around at church or any place, when somebody gave us something, my pop would look at me and say, "Now, what do you say?" And if it was a man or something, I'd say, "Thank you, sir."
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
And if it was a woman, I'd be, "Thank you, ma'am. Thank you." That was what I was taught. Now, when I was married to Braveheart, Braveheart did not like me saying "yes, ma'am" to her. I'm not a man, but see, that's the way I was taught. Respect.
Yeah.
Respect to the women. Yes. Yeah. Respect to the women. Absolutely.
So I'd say, well, that's the way I was brought up, and I'm going to do it because that's the way I was taught. It's not an insult. She thought it was an insult, and I said, no, it's not an insult. It's a respect.
Yeah.
Well, my mom, I can understand that, because my mom used to say, "Don't call me ma'am. I work for a living." I mean, it's kind of like a guy. Don't call me sir. I work for a living. I'll be sir when I'm 6 feet under. When I'm 6 feet under, then call me sir. But yeah, not until then.
That's what some of the officers and drill instructors and the NCOs and all of them would sit there and tell me when I was in the military. Don't you call me sir. I work for a living.
Yes, I've heard that a few times.
Well, they get right up in your face, boy, and then they'd be screaming at you, insulting you, and your uncle, your dogs, and your mama and daddy, and everything else, and you're wanting to. You're wanting to cry, you're in boot camp, you're wanting to cry and hit them at the same time, but you know what's going to happen if you do.
Well, when I was
I made a mistake and saluted the captain with my left hand, because I was about half drunk, coming back in off a weekend pass.
Yeah.
He said, "Boy, why'd you salute me with your left hand?" And I said, "Because I had a beard in my right hand." That didn't go over too good.
Well, I used to talk like this.
Yeah.
With the middle
Oh
finger.
man, there was
And
a
they looked at me
sergeant
like,
major. There was a sergeant major that came into our barracks, along
oh,
with our
God.
drill instructor, right? And
Mm.
we was all to stand at attention when that sergeant major came by us like that. And he, wait a minute, he backed up. He said, "Did you salute me?" I'm sitting there like, you see these stripes? You just,
Damn. God,
and
it
I'm sitting
reminds
there
me of my
looking at it,
childhood, man. Shit. Holy
and
cow.
I
Yeah.
didn't know. I just knew. I said, yeah. He says, what rank am I? And I mean, remind you that I'm in boot camp, right? I'm having to
Right.
learn all this stuff, and I mean, I'm getting an overload, trying to remember which stripes or what, right? I said, Sergeant, oh, he liked about hit the ceiling, and the drill instructor said, you get down and knock me out 50 now, boy. Oh, I'm like, oh my God, So I'm sitting there just struggling I got about like 15 or 20, and I'm just straining to get myself up, finally he said, get up off of the deck, and I was like,
Right.
get up. He said, boy, he says, you know what? He looked over at my bunk and he goes over and takes the mattress and he throws it out the window and everything. He said,
Right.
boy, you need to keep you you need to keep a tight ship there, boy. He said, look at what you did. Look at you. You need to
I'll look
take
at
care
mine
of
and do it. You fucking did it.
he made
Yeah.
me go down there and get that mattress and everything, and I had to. I did. I had to run down there. I got it. Come running back up and everything. I had to straighten the bed up, and I was messing it up more because I'm trying to hurry up and I'm getting real stressed out, right? And
Yeah,
then
if you
he
have
said,
a quarter doesn't bounce off of it, it ain't high and tight. Yeah.
uh, "Yeah," and then you know what he did? He made sure, he made sure that sergeant major saw how that he runs a tight ship, right? So he sits there and tells every one of the others, in my company there, in my platoon. He sits there and he says, he is the one that's gonna have you to go out on a nice 50-mile run this morning. How does that sound? And boy, you could see them eyes coming out on the corners in there, and those across from me, they're just staring at me, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. So I knew what would be coming, and I was constantly getting picked on. And I ended up one night, they gave me a blanket party. I didn't know who
Oh,
it was. I had a feeling on who it was, but I didn't see them because they put the blanket around me.
Yeah,
And boy, they beat the
Yeah.
bull out of me.
I seen one of them one night.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, boy. I mean, that don't feel good,
Yeah.
I'd
And
say not.
I'll tell you what,
I
I
had one.
hated that sergeant, boy. I hated him. That drill
Yeah.
instructor.
Well, I had
Oh
one.
God, I hated
Yeah, I
Man,
him.
had one drill sergeant. I had one drill sergeant trying to tell me. He goes,
where's
"Aren't
live
you
firing,
Henderson, boy?"
the
I said,
live
"Yes, sir."
grenades during
Oh,
basic, and we was throwing the live ones. We throwed all kind of practice grenades, and everybody was hit their mark.
Right.
Well, it's one where it come time to throw the live ones. We was back behind in these little, well, it's concrete and cinder block booth. Like them, I think that wall's something like 3 foot thick, and
Right.
about
if that,
I
if
think
that.
the
Yeah.
wall was something like 7, 8 feet tall. What it was, we were supposed to pull the pin and hold it for 3 seconds and then throw it. All right, I
Right.
throwed my two, When it come
Right.
time, one that was in the same booth with me and the sergeant, it come time to him throw his. He pulled the pin on the first one and just dropped it and took off running.
Oh, God,
And it was,
man.
that was a
That's
live
smart.
grenade now.
Smart ass right
And I-
there, right there.
Yeah.
And I don't know, the only thing that popped in my head is grab it and throw it. I just grabbed it right quick and threw it over my head backwards. And it
Oh,
just barely
Yep.
got on the other side of the wall and went off. I looked at that drill sergeant. I said, can I have about 10 minutes with him? He said, you got 2 before I turn around.
oh,
And I took advantage of that 2 minutes. I wore that dude's head plumb out. I said, you could have got us killed, big boy. Needless to say, they kicked him out of the Army. Dishonorable discharge.
Oh yeah, I tell you, man, it was a rough one. I remember there was one time.
Hey,
there
what
was
do you
one
guys
drill
think about this
instructor-
nowadays? Stress card.
Oh
What do you
yeah,
think about that one? I think it's crap. Honestly, I think it's crap. Yeah. Stress.
yeah,
Man.
that is.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're right. That's crap. That's like
Yeah.
I've had, some of my enemies that was supposed to be my friends, and stuff, and family that I considered family on YouTube, that turned on me, right, and all this. But I tell you what, they consider themselves tough. All right, I tell you what, I guarantee you that one of them, if he would have been in the military, like been there at Fort Leonard Wood back in the 80s, I'll tell you what, that boy would have been screaming home to mama. It'd have been a total wreck.
Amen, bro. Amen.
I sit there, I was tortured, literally tortured. And this was in the middle there at Fort Leonard Wood. They had tortured me because I knew things. And I'm not lying.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of crooked stuff. There was me and some others. And some of them
Yeah,
would disappear.
Yeah, when you grow up on a military base, or you spend enough time on a military base, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but you see shit that just is like totally, completely unforgivable.
Oh yeah.
No one has no idea. No one has a clue unless you spent time and seen it. You have no clue, and you ain't got no grounds to talk shit because you're talking out of your ass.
Right.
Exactly, bro. Exactly, brother. Yeah. I hear you.
Because we knew stuff, some of them literally disappeared. And then they tried to pass it
Yeah.
off. Oh, they went AWOL. It was like, no, they didn't. There was one. There was this one guy, he was real tall. And he towered over this drill sergeant. This drill sergeant looked like he was a little kid to him. And next thing you know, we're in a mess hall, and I forget exactly what took place, but that drill instructor was riding his butt, and it was all because he knew some things that them drill instructors were into, and he was hoping that that this drill instructor would keep pushing so that he could get into it with him, and then when it comes to a hearing, that he could bring out to what was going on, right? So
good Lord,
he got in. I mean, that drill instructor was trying to get in that guy's face, but he can't reach that far up, So I remember my friend there. He picks him up like this, just grabs him right here and picks him up right up to his face. He said, "What are you gonna do, little man?" So what are you gonna do? He said, "I'll kick your," and he kept on, right? And he was really letting it loose. So my friend just picks him up like this and throws him. And next thing you know, he's blowing the whistle and saying, "Get the MPs now." And next thing you know, it took 10 of them to hold him down. And we wasn't going to help that sergeant. No.
No.
Anyway, then next thing you know, our friend disappeared. He disappeared. All right. And anyway, I ended up in it. I remember he had the one sergeant, he had this one fella come on. I never even met in my life. Comes up, this guy's got looked like he had a broken nose, his nose was bleeding, his cheek looked like it was cut, had a big old bruise up there and everything. And he says, all right, he said, and he points at me, and he said, the sergeant did, and he says, is that the one? He goes, yes, Sergeant. He's the one who attacked me for no reason. And the sergeant said, did you attack him? I says, no. I says,
if I did, sir, do you think you'd be flapping his jaw right now?
I says, I ain't even met this guy. And I says, I'll tell you right now, if I would have attacked him, he wouldn't be here now flapping his gums.
That's right.
So you did do it. He says, so you did. He says, all right, we got a witness here, and all right. And he says, I'm putting you down, boy. He says, I want you to go straight back to your barracks and get to your room there. And so anyway, I go back, and next thing you know, I got two guys.
Was it Leavenworth?
Two guys standing at my door. All right, and then that little sergeant that I told you about, he comes in. All right, he throws. All right, those the bars that you put your bunk beds together.
Yeah.
In the room, in the corner, there was some laying there, and he grabs one, tosses it to me, and then he picks up one, and I didn't pick up the thing. I knew what was going to happen, and I knew what was going on, so I didn't pick it up. He said, "Pick it up." I didn't. So he says, said,
you did. You had a weapon in your hand, and he can assault. Yeah, he can fire off at you. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've heard stories about that. I've seen shit like that happen.
So
when I was a kid,
right? Well, next thing you know, he's in there doing like this, Yeah. He comes up to me. He says, "What's the matter? You PUSSY?"
Right.
And then he started insulting my mother and everything.
I am what I eat, sir. I am what I eat.
Trust me, I wanted more than anything to just pick that bar up and throttle him.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I knew if I did, first of all, he would have been responding in kind. Plus, he had backup, and they were big guys. All right, so he sit there. He says, you're gonna have to sit and rethink some things around here. He says, your problem is you see too much. He says, you got too much time on your hands. He says, since you like free time, yeah, he says, since you like free time, he says, you got it. And so he walks away, and as he's starting to go out the door, he says, you keep an eye on him and don't let him out. Now, they kept me in there for 2 weeks. All right, I wasn't allowed to eat. I wasn't allowed to go to the latrine. I wasn't allowed to shower or anything. And then they was constantly coming in, and finally, there was one day they come in, and they had there was one in particular. I had an idea who it was, but he had one of them hoods over his face. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
He comes nowhere, and he beats me. And hey, glad you're still there, Yankee. and he beat me, and he would sit there and he was putting stuff in me.
Yankee.
And I mean, this stuff would going on and stuff. And he says, well, how much have you seen? And I wouldn't say anything. And he says, you're going to learn that, you know, that you don't see nothing and you will say nothing. So this stuff go on like that. And then I finally, you know, it got to a point to where I wanted to kill these people. And before I ever went into the military, I was an easygoing person. But
yeah,
I wanted to kill these guys.
I used to have sergeants, drill sergeants come up to me and
I was stationed in Fort Ross, Kentucky, and Fort Benning, Georgia.
Yep.
And been to Fort Stewart, Georgia, quite a few times.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. I mean, if you know, you got some drill instructors who just got that mean streak in them, all right, and they go beyond the bounds of their duty, all right, and then you got others where there is crooked stuff going on, and if you see it and they know you've seen it, you better mark it. You're gonna get big trouble.
Oh yeah,
they're going to do some things to you, and you can pick your choice because they're going to do something to you. Well, make a long story short, I finally had an opportunity to make my break. You know, because I knew that if I'm going to end up killing somebody, and then I knew what would happen, and I felt like, and part of me, I thought I was going to start losing my mind. So anyway, I got out of there. I went AWOL. And when, you know, there was that stuff that happened. But when I did finally got home, my parents and others, you know, helped hide me until they could get a good lawyer. And I got a good lawyer, and he got me out of it. And but I tell you what, everything, I mean, there's so much that happened. I take forever telling about it. But I tell you what, though, it messed me up. I had bad anger issues there for a while. If I saw someone in a uniform, it didn't matter if it was an officer, like a military officer or a police officer or what, you know, all kinds of stuff would go through my head. I'd get angry. But
I'm anyway. The same way. I look at and go, what does that bar mean anything to you, or like a badge? That badge doesn't mean shit to me. You will have my respect to treat me accordingly, or if not, F you. I don't have respect for you. I don't care if it's a badge. I don't care if it's a bar. Especially coming up.
Brother, I'm gonna have to jump off here. It's 4:30 here where I'm at.
All right, there, Standing Bear. Love you, bro. Glad you stopped in.
Yeah, I'll come back on here sometime.
You take care, Standing Bear. Love you, bro.
Okay, love you too. Everybody take care and stay safe out there.
All right, later, too, bro. Later.
You bet. I mean, I had a drill instructor come up to me when I was a kid, and I was on a military base, on a Marine Corps base, and he turned and looked at me. He says, "Isn't your father Anderson?" I said, "Yeah," and you look nothing like him. He goes, "Boy, I ought to put you over my knee and smack you." And I said, "Go ahead and try."
Yeah.
Because you're not my father. You're not my father. Yeah, they did not like me at all. I was the problem child on the military bases. So I mean, I wasn't a military brat. I just didn't take crap from nobody. And if you weren't my father and you weren't my mother, you had no grounds to talk shit to me. I wasn't gonna listen to you. I was one of them kind of military kids, and I mean, I come from pilots I come from underwater technologies, explosive experts, underwater
Right.
demolition. I come from a family like that. I mean, and army and military nurses. That's where I come from, and yeah, they never liked me. They never liked me. But that was back in the days, where they could, say, hey, let's go have a talk back behind my quarters. And if you got your ass whooped, you got your ass whooped, and you shut
Oh
up,
yeah.
and you took it like a man. You took it like a man.
Exactly.
Be quiet, shut up,
Oh,
and
that's right.
that's the era I grew up in. That's the era I grew up in. I wouldn't say I grew up in a violent era, but at
Right.
times violence is needed. Sometimes
Yeah.
people don't understand nothing but violence, and when they
Yeah.
get their ass handed to them, guess what? Now they understand. Now they will listen. And a lot of people don't
Yeah.
understand that. A lot of people don't understand it, and it's just,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for those who don't. I really do, but I mean, yeah, I was raised in a military fashion, and all the way down to where, yeah, I had to have a quarter bounce off my bed. Yeah, and if a quarter didn't bounce off my bed, I got my ass handed to me. I got whooped.
Dang, bro.
So, my brother, I know where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from. Yeah,
I'll tell
I
you
didn't
one
have
thing,
one of those
bro.
glorious
Yeah,
childhood, but hey,
it took a long time, but I was finally able, to get over it. I mean, yeah, I admit I'd been I got to where I was suicidal. I guess almost on the verge of homicidal, right? And it took
yeah, I got
me a
marks on my
while
arm.
to work on that and everything, and through some help and good advice from some counselors. The psychiatrists were nuts. They had problems. So but it took one counselor to get
Yeah,
through to me, and she did, and I put her to work her advice, and it helped
yeah,
me, and I finally got to a place where I was back at peace with myself and everything, because I used to have flashbacks and everything, right? But then years goes by, years and years goes by. I'm fine up until last year when
yeah.
after Braveheart left and everything. That's a big long story. I'm not going to go into all that, but I had these idiots,
I remember. I remember. Yeah, I remember.
that went around and accused me falsely about things and turned on me and accused me of lying. And I actually got video footages that I have that vindicates me and proves that I was right. I didn't lie, and that they were
Right.
lying. And so anyway, I have not showed that out of because I am not like them. I could, but
Yeah.
then I think I would be just like them, so I'm not going to do it. And they ought to be glad that I don't, because they would lose
Touche,
their
brother.
But
Yeah.
they went and told lies and everything and all this. But anyway, my point is that it was putting pressure. It was putting pressure on
Yeah.
me. And next thing you know, I started getting my flashbacks back again and really going
Yeah.
through depression and all this. So, I'd seen the counselor and everything. Finally, I'm just now able to get that. Yeah, I still go through depression, but it's not anything like what it was. I've been just keeping myself busy and
That's good.
just aiming for the good things and
Mhm.
positive things, right? And now I'm
Man,
like
it's
this.
so hard.
Even though they're my enemies now, I do wish that them well on their channels in their life. Just leave me alone,
Brother,
and they
same
can,
here, man. Same here.
you know,
Same here. I agree with you absolutely. Yes, I will agree with you absolutely because, I'm who I am. You are who you are. let's part ways and leave in peace, man. You know, leave in
Yeah,
peace.
exactly. You know, they can grow their channel, be
Maybe
happy, you know, and if they're happy being miserable, that's okay too, you know, because I got my own
whatever
thing.
floats your boat. Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, you know, I got my own thing, you know, like you got your thing, bro, and everyone's got their thing here. And when we do it and we show, you know, in our family, those who are showing themselves to be family and friends, true family and
Yeah.
friends,
Think
you
yeah,
know, show
exactly.
respect, you know, even if we have disagree on things, we respect one another, love one another, care about each other. And that's cool.
Right.
That's what I like. You know, and
Yeah.
if someone hears me say something they disagree, and I want them to tell me, you know, just share it, you know, just tell me
Exactly.
straight up
You
because
know,
I respect that more than anything. Don't go behind my
yeah.
back, tell me. So that way
You,
I
you
can, you
know,
know,
I agree with you. I mean, I can respect a he or she. I'll cover both bases. You
yeah,
know, if you got a problem with whatever I do, come talk to me. You know, come talk to me about it. Don't just go off on some kind of tangent. You know, I mean, I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, being an armed security officer for so many years, I mean, I sleep with a rifle. Um, because I'm down to the point where I can't trust nobody. And
yeah,
it's bad when you sleep with a firearm. It's bad. Um,
well, yeah.
I sleep with my rifle. I sleep with my
Well,
rifle.
and,
It's a 22 bottom pump. I mean, yeah.
well, there's
22,
a friend of
22
mine.
Winchester, and that's
There's a
bad.
friend of
I
mine.
mean, no person should have to sleep with a weapon. No human being should. But
Oh yeah.
that's where I'm at in my life. That's where I feel safe. Um, maybe it's a safe issue. I don't know. A trust issue. Don't know. But how can I trust when others are constantly at your back?
Well, it's true,
You know
bro.
what I mean?
It's true.
You know what I mean?
And you
And
gotta
it's
do,
just
yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, bro. You have to.
yeah.
All right. Now that's like a friend of mine. All right. He goes by Night Stalker on YouTube. He's
I
Cherokee.
think I think I've heard that
Okay.
name.
And he's always his thing there on the res and off the res is doing investigations, especially for those who can't afford an investigator. And
Right,
also
right.
on the side,
That's what I want.
you know, does paranormal investigations. But his big thing is trying to expose fake YouTubers. You know, he don't like
No,
people that are fake and then trying to pull the wool over people's eyes, right?
I
Anyway,
understand that. Yeah.
he's kind of like a distant relation of mine. So, all right, those ones that had caused me trouble,
Mm.
they that were followers of the ones who had caused me trouble, right? Well, they were
Mm.
sending me emails threatening me and my family and threatened my people.
Not
All
good.
right.
No
And
good.
Night Stalker did not go well with him. So he was pretty mad
When you
about
go
it. So he was checking them out, right? So he started checking
right.
them out and he got some stuff on them. But he was just biding his time and
Yeah.
everything. And he you know, he's got a channel, but he hasn't got much up, you know, and he has to keep his identity hidden because other people that he does investigations for and stuff, you know, he has to do it like that. But anyway,
High on the
uh,
food chain. We'll
he
just
was
say
out
that.
on an investigation on the res, and things went a little sour, and someone shot him, got him in the leg, and and around in the thighs and stuff, messed him up real good, messed him up.
No.
And he said when he gets better, he says he has an idea of two people that were involved in it, and he says, and one of them's a YouTuber. He said,
oh, good God.
Yeah, he said when he gets done and when he gets better, he said that one's gonna, especially that one, is going to get to feel and taste of native justice. So
Amen.
so he hasn't been on YouTube for a while. Just every once in a while he'll pop in and leave a comment. But he hasn't done any content because he's trying to recover. But I'll tell you what, that's pretty bad when people are that way. But
yeah, I look at the fact that even myself, man. I mean, when I go out, I've got my rifle with me. I've got my 22 Winchester with me. I've got my 9mm Beretta always on me, and I got my knife on me. So either way, come at me the wrong way, you're gonna get hurt. I understand that. I understand that completely and totally. Should be no reason why none of us should be able to carry a firearm, to protect ourselves. There's really no reason, but there's big time where it is calls for. I mean, there are people out there that are just totally stupid, and they'll come at you either way. They'll say they're gonna do this. They're gonna show up here and show up there. Well, now you have to take that serious. You have to take it, and if it comes down to you got to put a barrel in somebody's forehead and go back off, do it.
Oh yeah.
If that means getting them to back the hell off of you, do it. Put that barrel in his forehead.
Yeah, because I'm one.
I'd rather not. I'd rather not do that, but
because I don't have like I used to. I used to after the military, after I got out and all that, I was one that was like, my attitude then was never forget, never forgive. I can forgive, I just can't forget. I wish I could forget a lot of things. But,
yeah, me too. Me
too. But I'll get along with anybody. And if somebody does me wrong, and then they want to apologize, be a man or woman, and do it face to face, either like this or in person or on the phone or whatever, and be man and woman enough to apologize and own up to who they are, I can forgive them. I really can. I can forget if they are heartfelt.
Forgive what they did. Won't forgive. Yeah. Right.
But the thing absolutely, is, no matter how much goes by, you never forget. But it's kind of good that you don't forget, so that way you don't have a repetition of whatever again. And
right. It doesn't keep happening time and time again.
Yeah. And but I mean, I'm easy going. But if someone confronts me, I will protect my person, right? Or if they threaten my family, I'm going to respond in kind. Outside of that, I will get along with anybody. If they can't get along with me or anything, I just say like, hey, you go your way, I go mine, and everything be peachy.
Man, I wish I could have that. My brother, I tell you, I wish I could have that. Every single time that I wind up speaking up, for people I consider family or I consider close friends, I'm always in the wrong. And I'm thinking, how in the hell am I in the wrong when I stick up for people I care about? How am I in the wrong? It's the wrong time. Shouldn't have said it at that point in time. And I'm like thinking, well, when is the fucking right time? When is the right time? When is the right time for me to turn and tell everybody back the hell off and back off my friends? When is that time right? Never? Do I have to
Exactly.
wait? No, I'm not going to wait. You insult my family in any way, shape, or form. Say, anyone talks bad about the military. You're insulting me. Why? Because I have my son is active. So you're insulting me. So how long am I
Yeah.
supposed to stay quiet? How long am I
Oh
supposed
yeah.
to be silenced? No, I'm not going to be silenced. You insult me
Oh
and you
yeah.
insult the military. You're insulting my family heritage and every single one that's been out there that has served for the military. And if you're not going
Oh
to
yeah.
stand by and say something about it, if you are a family member of the military, you just spit in your own family's face
That's right.
because you didn't stand, because you did not
Oh
stand up
yeah.
for them.
I
And
feel
that
the
I will
same
not allow.
way. If someone sits there and insults the military, my brother served a long time in the military. He did his part
15 years, my half
for this
brother.
country.
24, my
And
grandfather.
I tell you what, I have a great respect for my brother and for others that have served in. Hey, yeah, Lost Souls Paranormal there. Hey, Queen Lost Souls Paranormal Ocio. Um,
What's up?
yeah, I'm one that I have a great respect for the military, for those who have given their all for this country, to help fight for the freedoms that we got now. I see that our
Right.
freedom is slowly disappearing. Well, I think it's speeding up a
Unfortunately.
little bit since Biden, Sleepy Joe got in there. But
Yeah.
if someone showed
Joe.
disrespect,
Joe.
yeah, and since you know we got what we got today, especially though if I see someone disrespecting the military, I will speak up and say something to that person. If they do it within my
Yeah.
hearing, I will say
Oh
something.
yeah.
You know,
Same here.
because
Mm.
but these guys. That was like during the 60s and early 70s during Vietnam. All right, and those guys they come back. And they went through a literal hell, and then turn around people would spit on them and call them baby killers and all kinds of stuff, showing disrespect to them. And I tell you what, I see people like that today. I was just a kid back then, a little kid, but I tell you what, now that I'm older, I see someone doing that, and I'm going to speak up and say something. All right, I know, like in police officers, there's good ones and there's some bad eggs. But I know
Well,
one
yeah,
thing: if
my,
I
my,
see a person,
my biological father was a cop. He was a Marine, uh, Special Forces, and when he got out, he became a Denver police officer. And I'm the same way. You disrespect the cop, you disrespect the military. You're disrespecting me.
oh yeah,
It's my family.
exactly, you know,
Yeah, I
exactly.
agree with you.
I see someone showing disrespect to a police officer. If that police officer is not doing anything wrong, he's doing his job. He's getting out there breaking his butt to make sure that people are safe and everything.
Hmm.
And yet, people want to insult them for doing their job and everything. They do
Yeah,
it in my hearing. I'm going to speak up on that too. Uh,
that's right. Yeah,
you know,
it hurts me. It hurts me to hear when that happens.
because yeah, there's some bad cops out there, but there's a lot of good ones.
Yeah,
And
see, now that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. For a few bad apples, doesn't have to ruin it for the rest of the basket. I
well,
mean,
exactly.
I know a lot of good cops, and I know a few crooked cops. And I just tell the crooked ones, you know what, you're going to get caught. You're
Oh,
going to get
exactly.
caught.
That's
Plain and
right.
simple. And when it comes back and lashing on you, don't come asking me for help because, yeah, I'm a son of a cop, but you know what? I won't help you
Yeah,
because you.
Yeah. You remember all those riots that was going on because of that George or Floyd or whatever his name is, and those others, you know, they would say that they were protesting, but it was a riot, and they were looting stores like it justified.
Right.
They good reason, you know. I mean, they just was hiding behind it to commit crime. So the cops come in, and when they do catch these people, you know what they say? Racist.
Yeah, racist. Oh, pour me. It's a racist thing. Take your racist.
Exactly.
Here's your racist. Right there.
Yeah.
There's your racist.
Exactly.
No. You commit a crime, you break the law, you lewd, you're gonna go to jail. Plain and fucking simple.
You know, I mean, you commit a crime, you know, you can expect, you know, you get caught, you're gonna have to pay the, you know, you're gonna go to jail. Simple.
Yeah, well, you got grand larceny, you've got destruction of private property, you've got looting, you've got breaking and entering. Let's see, I can go on, or just breaking a window. Looting does not go with protesting. No, protesting is one thing, looting is another. Protesting does not give you a right to loot. I'm sorry, I don't care what color you are, what race you are. No. You know what? You do that, you deserve to get shot. You deserve to get shot. Plain and simple.
Yankee Southerner Gaiman said, he said, Randy, I unblocked you on Twitter and on my channel.
Well, thank you, sir. Well, I have a direct thing from for you, Yankee. I will say I've never talked shit. Never have, never will. You're all in all a good guy. But I do have you on IG. So we can talk there. But thank you. I appreciate for doing this.
Queen Law Paranormal is saying hi. Queen Law.
What's up, Vinny? and Miss Vinny. That's what I said, Miss Vinny. Yeah. Hey, no problem. Yes. Look, I've never had any hard feelings towards nobody. Never have, never will. I can say that you know, some things that's come across, you know, hey, I don't agree with, but hey, you know, all in all, you know, again, I can forgive, but I'll never forget. Thank you to both of you. Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Because, you know, I mean, yeah, because if you sit there and you think about it, our brain is like wired like a computer. You know, if you think about it, it's like a hard drive. Well, you know, so there on a computer, there's some things that, you know, I mean, a lot of things you can delete, but in our brains, it's like that hard drive. But there's just some things you just can't delete. As much as you would love to, it's always there, no matter what. You can try to forget it. You just choose not to dwell on it, but it's always there. Yeah. You know, and trust me, there's a lot of stuff in my life throughout all the years. I wish I could just delete it permanently. You know? I wish there was some kind of button, you know, like, all right, hey, I'm deleting it, you know, and like, oh, what was it I deleted? I don't remember. Well, okay. Yeah, you know.
But yeah, if you don't mind me saying that, Walrus, I mean,
oh no.
Yeah, I'm at where I'm at. I gotta go my own way. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, because you know,
I'm going my own way.
I'm simultaneously broadcasting on this channel, on Old Fart Talk, my other channel, and on Facebook and Sasquatch in the Paranormal.
Right.
So anyway, on old Fart Talk, it's kind of like a talk
But,
show, and
well,
even
hell,
on there you
I'm
be
already
allowed
got one
to.
foot in the grave, farting dust, and I can barely see over the top of the dirt. The dirt. So yeah, I'm already halfway in already. So it's all good.
Yeah, and on old Fart Talk, which are on right now, also, we get a chance for people, just to get stuff all, whatever they want to talk about. If they got, a little weight on their shoulders and want to get it off and talk about it, to do that, because it's not good to hold things in, and it
No,
makes you feel a
it's
little
not.
better when you can. I always tell people, just don't call no names, just talk, get it over, get it out, and it does make you feel better.
Yeah.
Because if
Well,
you hold it in, you pop.
yeah. Well, Horace, I'll tell you, Yankee, if you're listening, um, all I wanted to do is just to say my piece.
Uh,
And not in a violent way, not in an obnoxious way. No, with an adult way. Um, I still don't
Randy,
understand what happened,
well,
from months
Randy,
ago. Yes,
I don't know. I put it up here on the screen. Can you see it?
it's popped up on my TV now. That's what I would like to discuss with you. That's what I would like to clear the air with you, sir. And I will say, sir, because I still have respect. I will never drop that respect for you. Never, ever. You're one
Yeah,
person I looked up to for the longest time. I will say that. But
yeah,
I always wanted to be able to talk to you, but I couldn't. I had no way. Sometimes it was a way of putting out a video to hopefully somewhere down the line you'll be able to talk to me.
well,
I have
I
no, well, I have no regret. I have no hatred towards you, sir. None of you. But all I want to do is just
something
be
I found
left
out.
out of the crap. That's all I want. I just want to be left out of the crap. Um,
Yeah, yeah. Randy,
I'm out here for myself. Yes,
I,
please
I,
go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I,
Sorry, words.
that's okay. I found out because of all the crap that had happened to me. Well, it's not really so much found out. It's just that I got to realize more is that I need to address people. Well, it's not really so much found out. It's just
Yeah.
Hey, LCO,
And
Paul.
LCO, brother. Randy, I could type all day.
Paul, how you doing, sir?
I could type all day. Typing and you talking just don't work. You need to
I'll
hear
be
my
right
voice.
back. I'm gonna pour me a cup of coffee. Be right back.
You need to hear my voice. Me saying it. You got caught in the middle of something that 3 out of the 5 people that stabbed me in the back. You and Flower both got caught in the middle. I forgave Flower.
And I'm sorry I did.
I forgave Flower. And I also apologized to Flower for what I said. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm man enough. I'm man enough. If I said anything about you that wasn't true, I'm sorry about that. And I don't like that word. I don't use that word.
And you know what? I respect you for that, and thank you. And I will say the same thing. It was just a heat of the moment, or whatever I might have said. That's fine. But one thing I did want to do and try to talk with you, Paul.
Well,
with everything that was going on, I wanted to, somewhere down the line, I wanted to try to team up with you and get rid of these people that are causing all the trouble for all of us. That's all I've ever wanted to do. but I had no way of getting a hold of you to tell you this.
Well,
I had
bud,
no way.
I can honestly say this: the people that's causing me trouble is the people you hang around with.
Well, I don't know if you got my message on IG, but I'm going my own way. There's
Okay.
one that you do have a problem with, and I do have a problem with because it cost me a friendship and it cost me a few other things because this one person did not listen, did not take heed, did not take warning. I asked
He-
numerous times to stop
And he never will.
and failed to. And failed to. I'm done.
All right.
I'm not asking to come back. I'm not
Nope.
asking for that. All
I'm not.
I'm asking is that I am no longer, I'm done.
Well, what
If
I'm
I have to
saying,
go solo, then fine. I have to go solo.
bud, what I'm doing, I'm showing my adult manhood by letting you know you're not blocked on on the Yankee Gaming. I will get around to unblocking you on the other two if you want me to.
I will
Okay.
say that is completely, totally up to you.
That ain't
Okay,
what.
like I said, I mean,
But the thing is, I don't know which
yeah.
ones you like the best. I know you always like to watch the wrestling. You always like to watch the pool.
Well, I love wrestling.
And Marty,
Wrestling.
I
Yeah.
did make you a character.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
And you wear the Chiefs headdress down to the ring.
Oh, cool. All right.
Um,
Okay. Hey, yeah. What do?
and I told Maria to tell you, and she probably forgot how she's going through a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I know
And
she's going through a lot.
but the thing is, I was man enough to block you. I was man enough to say what I said, and I'm man enough to come up here to your face, say I'm sorry, say you are unblocked. If you want to come back and enjoy the shows, you're more than welcome.
You know that's what's always cool, brothers. Is that's why like I given chance to people that had done me wrong, and they still got the chance to make it right if they will come to me
Right?
and discuss it and find out what's what and why they did what they did and apologize.
Right?
I can forgive anything, and
Well,
there,
you're a better man than I am.
no, I'm
Because
not better than anybody.
Yeah, it's a stubbornness within ourselves, isn't it, Paul?
the thing is, there's 5 people that's involved in this that I'll never forgive.
Well, you're with me. I used to be, and I guess you heard me mention it earlier, where I was saying, back when I was having problems out of the military, when I got out of it, I was never forget, never forgive.
Yeah.
But I finally in my life I got to that one point where I can forgive,
Right?
but I mean your mind's like a hard drive. You just can't delete it. It's there.
Right?
And in a way, it's kind of a blessing if you think about it to keep you from making a repeat,
Right?
of things. So, but
Right.
Like
Well,
history.
the thing is,
Yeah.
Do it.
the thing is, with the only one I'm going to talk about is Randy because he's here, he's
Right.
up there, and he, like I said in that statement, he got caught in the middle of something that actually started a year before I even met Randy.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. And that's
And
what's
he got
always
caught
confused me.
He got caught in the middle, and the way that stuff was told to me, it sounded like that he stabbed me in the back, just like the rest of them. The way
No, sir, I never did, never would.
it's
Never
just
did,
like
never
the
would.
it's just like the other one that she apologized. I apologized, and she got caught in the middle. And the thing is, I was kind of hoping that you would see that I forgave her and knew that you was able. I mean, you've been unblocked off my channel since January.
I did not know this because I thought I still had no way of getting a hold of you.
No,
I as a matter of fact, the biggest thing that I wanted to get a hold of you was, Paul, was, I mean, the people that are starting all this crap now against you again. I wanted to join forces with you and get rid of them, but I had no way of getting a hold of you.
Well,
no way at all.
I'm going to tell you the way I'm going to get rid of them. I'm going to ignore them.
True. Yeah.
If you don't allow someone get under your skin, if you don't allow people aggravate you, you can ignore them for a lifetime. And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
And there's a saying that I was told that it was a saying from a Cherokee is you have your friends, you have your family, you have your enemies, and you have the enemies that is a walking dead.
Yeah.
Well, as the saying goes, you have your friends, but you keep your friends close, but you keep your enemies closer.
To me,
and I have never considered you as an enemy, Paul. Never.
Okay.
Never.
But the thing
is,
a
lot of things I could never understand.
Well, the thing is, like I told, told people, if
yes, there you go. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Yeah.
If people would watch the videos themselves before I took them down, they would know that they was being lied to. But the thing is, Randy, before I retaliated or whatever it's called.
Well, I know what you mean.
So there are two of them that was sitting on a certain channel talking about me. That's when I can say that that's when I came back. Yeah. That's when I came back with the videos. And then they turned it around. And then they turned it around, made their videos disappear, and made me look like I started everything. That's why I took down everything. I took down everything off that channel and started anew for one reason. Because those people was in those videos. And I didn't want to see their faces. I didn't want to see their names. I didn't want to see nothing.
That's kind of like what I did on my channel.
I wouldn't want to do the same. I wouldn't have not wanted to do the same thing.
So, and I would say to anyone that and all that are watching, all right, learn something out of this, okay? Remember this. First of all, we're only human.
Yep.
And we all have feelings. No matter how old you are, man, woman, child, don't make no difference.
And we all make mistakes.
That's right. And learn, if you hear something about somebody, whatever it may be, just, if you're hearing it, go to the person themselves.
That's what I've always been saying.
Don't rely on he said, she said, and this.
He said, she said bullshit.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now the thing is, when I blocked him,
right,
it was after, and he knows because he was on a certain panel, and he did talk about me because I watched it.
I did, but that was months ago, though.
Right. But the thing is, like I said, this battle between three of us, and honestly, that's what started, was me against two, and you know the two.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what.
Yes, I do.
That's been ongoing. Me and that one's been going on for about 2 years, and the other one is me and him been going at it for about a year. I decided
later on I come to find this out. You know, I'm a slow learner, but
now the thing is, I didn't do a video. I think it was called "I'm Tired." I'm tired of the bullshit.
I haven't seen. I haven't seen that one yet.
As I said, in so many words, I said, I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of what's going on, and they need to grow up and stop acting like a 3-year-old.
Paul, that was my whole damn one of my last videos. I said, you know what? Leave me the fuck alone. Stop.
The thing is,
just leave me alone. It wasn't aimed at you. It was not. It was aimed at everybody else that is taking pot shots at me. And I mean, I have done nothing to hurt nobody. I've not talked about nobody, except for that one time, and that was, like I said, a month ago. But and I will say, I apologize for saying that. You were in the heat of the moment. I was in the heat of the moment. There was a lot of crap going on at that time.
Hold on. You can't apologize for something that you meant when you said it.
Well,
in other words, I know what you're saying. You wish that you wasn't on that panel at that time, so you couldn't say it. But you said it, and the thing is, at that time, you meant it. Just like
I think as well as a lot of us did.
Just like everything I said, I meant, and I really did. The thing is, I'll tell you in private, the biggest and the worst thing I said about you, and that involved our lovely Ruthie.
Yes, and you know what? I do take that to heart, but I also look at the fact of we lost somebody. We lost somebody.
Right.
And we were all not thinking at that time.
Right.
And I never really knew her, but from everything that everyone said about her, she seemed like a great person.
She is.
She was. She is. I don't want to say was. She is. She still is.
Yeah. I mean, someone can die and they're still here.
That's right. That's right.
The thing is, there's 3 characters of her in the UFW. There is the original Banshee. Mm-hmm. Then there was the secondary character that she liked, which was the Smiling Brit.
Yeah, she did. She did.
And then I made a third one, and she joined up with Hell's family, which is me, Maria, her husband, her 2 daughters, one of her daughter's boyfriends. We are the Hell's family, and Amora. Amora joined the Hell's family, and so we called her Hell's Queen Ruthie.
Oh, cool.
That's a new one to me, man. That's a new one to me. And
now the thing is, that is the newest one. That is the newest one. And
well, thank you for doing it.
That
I will say thank you.
But that was made after she passed, and it was made
Paul,
a few months ago. It was made quite a few months after she passed. You know, because I just made her like maybe 3 weeks ago. It took me that long before I could do it.
Yeah, I understand.
But the thing is, Randy, like I said, I know that I said stuff, you said stuff, neither one of us is going to forget that. Okay?
No.
We both can wish that we talked first before we open our mouth on a live.
That's all I want to do, man. That's all I want to do. That's all I ever want to do.
Okay. The thing
and-
is,
All I ever want to do.
Yeah. And I'm glad that I came on live tonight, especially because he gives a chance for y'all to clear the air.
okay. Then he says, "Amen" to the both of you, and he says, "Uncle Paul, I thought Ruthie's character, the Banshee, was part of the end. Banshee is part of the NWO Blood Pack, Vinny.
NWO Blood Pack. Right.
And but yeah,
Yeah.
But
Raise
I
begin
just
to others, Osio. And she says, wow, this is interesting.
well,
yeah.
interesting or not.
But the thing is, like I said, I did a video saying I'm tired, and what it is, I am tired of everything. And the thing is, they need to quit acting like 3-year-olds. I need to quit acting like a 3-year-old, and we all need just to act our age and go on with life.
Right, because when we were kids, we went through a lot of stuff, you know, especially at school.
Oh yeah,
you know, and you know what that was like, you know, and
yeah, I don't want to
we're
relive
at that
those ever again.
time in our lives at our age where, you know, we're supposed to be past all that, right?
right.
And I think people on YouTube need to learn this. You know, it's like, look, you're an adult, and
Right.
you know, it's time to leave the childhood stuff behind
Right.
and act like adults. And if you have problems as an adult, because hey, my father taught me about, you know, about being a man.
Right.
He taught me. He said, first of all, he says you talk to him face to face,
Right.
eye to eye,
Right.
and he says, tell no lies, and just tell and speak it like it is.
Right.
And he says, you
You know,
confront
always-
the matter with them. He says, and you do your best to make things right if it is possible.
Right.
But he says, if you man up to your own mistakes, you'll be the better man for it.
Yep.
He said, not weak.
Well,
The
I will
thing
say
is,
this right here, right now. I have been wrong. I have said some things that probably most likely I should not have said. But I will say this here and now. I am on my own. A lot of this trouble that I was hoping to collab with you, Paul, to get rid of this problem, to work as a united one. But I had no way of getting hold of you. I wanted to squash this, and I wanted to get rid of it for all of us. I wanted to help.
right.
But now I have been left on the aspect of it has cost me a friend, and
Right.
it has cost me someone that I care about very much.
Yeah.
And the only other aspect that I have, and the only other direction I have to go, is to be on my own.
Right.
And,
the thing
you know,
is,
you know,
like
there
the
was a-
saying goes, if you love something, set it free.
yeah,
If it comes back, it was meant to be.
That's
Yep.
right. You know, there was
It's the only
this
thing I
one,
can stand on.
there was there's one lady, I won't mention her name here on YouTube. Oh, she accused me of something. She was partly right, you know, because I blocked her, and I had my reasons, but I never told her my reasons.
right.
And well, you know, but she wanted to bring all the stuff in the chats, you know, to bring it up on live, and that's just not the place for it, you know, with
Right.
what was going on.
Right.
So, you know, I had blocked her on Facebook. All right,
Mhm.
but to give her a chance for, you know, so I could get the air straight, I unblocked her. All right, and try to communicate with her through Messenger, and
Right.
she blocks me. She don't even communicate, and yet she complains. Right? You know, I tried.
Right.
You know, I tried my best, and I'll tell you what, I know that if she happens to be watching this at any given time, if she will unblock me on Facebook, I will be happy to talk to her. I don't wish her ill.
Right.
I don't wish her ill at all. I do consider she had done me wrong, and I guess I did her wrong in sort of a way.
Right.
I mean, I had my reasons for blocking her, but I should have told her why. That was my bad. All right, but I want to clear the air. But she complained that I and kept complaining, wanting me to do it, but she wants to do it
Right.
in the chat, and stuff. And then plus she was cutting a couple of close friends that I consider family,
Right.
cutting them down. And so but I wanted to, kind of, like face to face, a video chat thing on Messenger
Mhm.
with
Yeah.
to just get it all cleared and just let her know the reasons why, and she can still go on her way, be
Right.
happy, do her thing, and I can still do my thing, you get people that don't know how to let go. I can let go things.
Right.
It took me a long time in my life to do that, but I
Yeah.
did.
I mean, yeah, I've let go. I just don't understand why.
Right.
And I fight with that every day. I don't
Yeah,
understand why. And maybe I'm looking for an answer. Maybe I'm not. I don't know.
yeah,
All I know, Paul, is that um, ever since, and I will say ever since Ruthie passed away, I've never had a hard core of anything and saying anything about you, sir. Never.
Mm-hmm.
I never did. I left well alone. And yeah, maybe someone in the chat room has got it right. Yeah, you can't solve things when everyone's blocked.
Right.
All I wanted to do, it was to find out what the hell happened.
Well,
I
the
still,
thing
to this
is,
day, I don't know understand, and I don't know
well,
what
the
happened. But that's
well, the thing,
between you and me on a private
right.
chat, not here. Yes,
Right. The thing is,
and that's fine.
the thing is, what you did, you reached out through someone that knew how to get hold of me, and
Yeah,
that's
I
the
did.
next.
Well, actually, I want to correct something on that. Actually, it was a misunderstanding. I had the question asked me, if you had the chance to return back to the group, would you? And I honestly said no, but I would
Mhm.
like to know what I did was wrong. What did I do that was so wrong? I said that's what I would like to know.
Okay. The thing is,
And
I'm, 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 I,
but thank
I
you for
am,
coming up here tonight. Thank you.
I am trying to get you unblocked on Instagram so we can do the face to face. But right now, I cannot even find the people I blocked on Instagram to unblock them.
I understand. I understand. No problem.
So there's two of you
Now,
that I want to unblock on Instagram, but I can't because I can't find the darn.
Instagram. I'll tell you what.
And you can ask Haley. You can ask Haley. Haley was on the phone with me for 15 minutes today, trying to help me find it. She found it exactly, and I pushed the same buttons on my computer that she pushed on her phone, and she found hers. But when I did it on the computer, it wasn't there.
yeah.
So I'm
Hey,
trying
I
to figure out
understand.
how to do that. That's
And you
why
know what?
that's why I unblocked you on Twitter and text you. And you can't see it. Now, do you still have me blocked on Twitter? It might be why you
Well,
can't.
No, actually, I haven't checked Twitter. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm rarely on Twitter anymore. Actually, when I use my Twitter account, it's just for my dog Dakota. I mean,
Right.
because she's part of the Zombie Squad headquarters thing.
Well,
It's the only time I'm ever on Twitter. Most of the time I'm on either YouTube or Instagram, and otherwise,
and
yeah.
Raves, you're right. You can't solve nothing when you did the blocking game. But
that's what I was referring to. Yes.
But there is at least 3 people that is no more for to me. That part I was saying.
And that's one person.
I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to say nothing mean about them. I'm just saying it's a no-no for me. I trusted them too much, and they lied to me too many times. And I'm not talking about you.
Yeah,
that there is one person that
I don't have it on my phone though. I got a new phone. I got a new phone, and I cannot unblock. I can't figure out how to. I mean, I tried to get it up there. I use the same thing I use on the laptop. The same the same username, same password, and it will not work. And I don't know what's going on with that. But I will retry it again tomorrow. Today. I was going to say tomorrow, but it is today.
Well, take your time, man. Take your time.
But the thing is,
if you got to hold me on Twitter, then I'll just have to check Twitter.
Yeah, I did.
But see, on Instagram, I never blocked you because I wanted to leave that open communication just in case, you know. Yeah. And like I said, I wanted to try to get a hold of you. That's why I got a hold of the person who I did when I heard all the shit going on. And I'm thinking, damn, you know what? You don't deserve this. I don't deserve this. Yeah, maybe a big part of it, the people I was with didn't deserve it either. But if we would have able to come together and fight as one, that's what I was hoping for.
Like I told you, I'm done fighting. I'm done with everything. I want to just live. I just want to live my life and do my channels.
Do this, don't get scared. Hey y'all! Look at hey! Hiya!
But
it's a win-win.
But I just want to have fun on my channels. I want to have fun on my channels. I want to be serious on my channels. I want to be able to go to other channels without fear of being blocked just because my name pops up. And that is why Chris, like father, like son, gave me the mod because I told him I ain't chatting in his chat because I'm afraid if I chat that certain people, I did not say who, certain people would block me. Go ahead, Raves.
Okay, ask your question, Raves.
I know she said I got a question.
Let her rip.
I mean, if you want, you can come up here and ask.
Oh yeah, I got
the things.
Let me.
I mean, I just scrolled up and found it. That's what I did.
Well, I tell you, Paul. That's what I said in one of my last videos. I mean, from here on out, I'm really not going to announce when I go live. It's just, you know, if somebody just so happens to turn their YouTube on and go, "Hey, Raph is on," and by the way, that's what I go by. Randy's Adventures and Family.
If you have a problem with 3 people, I know why does everyone else have to be dragged into this. Everybody else got caught in the middle. That's it. Except for the people that came afterwards and started talking shit about me. They wasn't caught in the middle. They chose their side. But I would say, Raves, that you, Flower, and Randy is about the only 3 that got caught in the middle. Okay?
Thank you.
I can say that. And the thing is, Raves, since you're here, and I'm looking at your picture right in your eyes, I'll tell you the same thing I told Randy. If I said anything bad about you, I'm sorry. And honestly, that's the best I can. That's the best I can give you. And you and Randy both knows how much I hate that word because too many people.
Yeah, we do.
Too many people use it just to get out of trouble. I don't want to get out of trouble because what happened. None of us is going to forget.
You're not in trouble. I'm not in trouble. It's just the bullshit that's come wrapped around all of us. It's just getting us to fight against one another, and
that's all it is. And the thing is,
and that's all it is.
The thing is, I never dragged nobody into it.
Same here, bro. Same here, man. Never wanted to.
Well,
True, Ray.
Like that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. We should be able to talk to whoever we want
Agree,
to.
Ray. Agree.
Yep.
Agree.
That's right.
But you know, guys, like I said, I mean, I've lost a good friend because of you want to call it drama, you want to call it whatever you want to call it.
It's all drama.
I have lost a very good friend.
You're not in trouble, Vinny.
I've after when Ruthie passed, I was lost, and someone filled that spot for me, and she's in the chat room right now.
Yeah, I know, Raves.
And yeah, I know you too. And as far as I know, I've lost a friend.
Right.
I have right now. I will be honest. I have a hard time dealing with getting up in the morning and doing my day because I don't have that friend to talk to in the morning like I used to. Hell, there for a while. I mean,
get up there.
With you, Paul. I mean,
get up there, Daisy.
Oh, I just didn't know. I didn't know where to go. Yeah. I mean, I didn't know where to go. When the time that, we were having a problem with the gaming thing. That was my morning wake up, man. That was my morning wake up. And when that stopped, I didn't know what to do.
Right.
Oh, right.
But like I said, what has been said, none of us is going to forget. It's up to each of us if we want to forgive, because forgiving is not for. I mean, for me to say I'm sorry to both of you, that ain't saying I'm going to forget. That's saying I'm ready to move on.
That's all I ever wanted, man. That's all I ever wanted. That's all I ever wanted. And I think everyone that I was with, that's all they want. But in order for me to disconnect everything, from everything.
I mean, honestly,
I gotta be the lone wolf that I am, I mean,
honestly, when this shit started, I wanted to take all three.
And that's all it was. It's shit.
I wanted to take all three channels down. I was going to delete the Facebook. I was going to delete everything, and I was never going back on the internet.
I'm in trouble.
That
you're in trouble.
Not yet.
But I started thinking.
That woman
and I go, why should I punish myself? I started thinking, why should I punish myself? Okay, like that. When I can still have my channel, still enjoy the company of the people that wants to stick around and support me, and I support them. And honestly, Rays, I've been supporting you, Randy, ever since this shit started, because I've been giving you views because I've been in about every live that you all had. Now the thing is, have I had spies tell me shit? No, I didn't. I never asked one person to go to none of your channels. I went to the channels. I watched it. I kept my mouth shut. And honestly, this is why I decided that I was tired. I'm ready to grow up. I'm ready to say fuck it. I'm going to be an adult, and I'm just going to. I mean, if the people don't want to talk to me, fine. We don't have to say hi to each other in chat or
My
anything.
birthday, you said the F bomb.
But I should be able to go to certain channels and enjoy their content without fear of being blocked.
Right. On that note, I would never have blocked you on Chris's channel. That's not my job. Even though I am a mod, I would not have done it. The only time I ever block anyone is if they're spamming or putting in sex bots. That's it.
I wasn't talking about you.
Sex bot.
No, but I'm saying because I am a mod over there.
Sex bot.
Right? Shut up, Benny.
Sex bot. Yeah.
But the thing is,
Hang on, let me talk. Have I ever mentioned your name on my show, seeing as you've been there, every one of them?
no, but Beth has.
But that's not me.
No. But you have agreed with everything that most people said.
Because of the drama. Because it's always drama.
Yeah. I mean, I know you're tired of it.
Tired? I nearly had a nervous breakdown this last week.
I'm tired of it because it's wearing on my. It's wearing on
I
my.
was that close to going into a fucking nut house because of all the crap.
Well, the thing is, I haven't really said
Ray,
that.
I know where you're coming from.
The thing is, I never said nothing for weeks about nobody. But I was still getting attacked.
It's got so bad.
It wasn't by me. It was not by me. No.
Hey guys, it's gotten so bad on Raves. Just look at all the gray hair popping out.
Honestly,
She's gonna kill me now.
honestly, I heard everybody tell her how beautiful she is with her brown hair.
She's doing absolutely wonderful, man. I tell you, she's doing
a lot
absolutely.
prettier.
I'm so glad she's passed me. Yeah, she has passed me. I am all for it. You know what? She's doing a wonderful thing. People like her. Hey, and that's absolutely fabulous and fantastic.
Actually, what they like, what people likes is the pornographic talk that they do.
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, sex sells, and
It does,
and
unfortunately. Unfortunately, yes, it does.
What the hell did I just miss?
Here's a video of what I just missed.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Well, see,
if you want to see how what people have been doing on their channels, go over to Like Father Like Son on Beaver Night.
Oh God! Don't even get me started with the Beaver Night.
It's nothing but sex. And the thing is, most of those people don't even want sex.
Well, what hurt? I would honestly say what hurt me the most is that you, Ray, I cared about a lot, and when a certain individual, after you said enough is enough, I can't be around somebody who continuously not to listen. And it's an important thing, and like anybody else up here would do, Vinny would do the same thing, with his girl. Paul, you would do the same thing. Warhouse, you would do the same damn thing. When a person asks to stop and they don't, they're gonna take offense to it. And that's when I thought I lost. And with me losing everything that I cared about, I have no choice but right now but to disconnect myself. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if it doesn't.
I would still suggest that you take time, you get your own thoughts in your head, you and clear your mind, and then decide where you're going with your channel and who you want to be around and stuff and talk to. And who knows, you might want to talk to people that you didn't think you wanted to talk to anymore.
Can I say something?
Well,
No.
Just shoot, Smalls.
On my PS4. It's not on. I logged in and it's off.
So,
well,
Ray,
like I said, guys, I mean,
Ray,
if you
Ray,
love something, set it free. If it comes back, it was meant to be.
Ray,
And I'm
I
going to
know
give
you're
that
not
person
done
all the
talking.
respect that you need.
No, I stand by that saying.
I know you're not talking, and the three guys up here, you know, man, they always say women can't shut their mouth, but this morning the men can't shut their mouths. And you still have to say.
Sometimes we just want to be heard, no matter how minute it might be, but, we're just saying it because we care.
Oh, we hear you, but you just don't listen.
Huh?
Who, me?
No.
Or try. No, me.
I
Okay.
am big
Try.
enough. I'm telling you all now, I am big enough to take care of myself. I've done it for 50 odd years.
Right.
I am capable of sorting out my own shit.
Right.
Do I like all the sex talk on my show? No, I fucking don't. And if you know me well enough, you would know that.
Yeah.
Do I try and put a stop to it? Yes. Does it happen? Yes, on
Yes.
occasions. That is why I play
Yes.
shuffleboard now on my own fucking channel to stop it all from happening.
Well, I didn't say that to piss you off. I said that so. I mean that. I mean, you have to admit that is what sells a lot of the.
Yes, I don't mind a joke every now and then. You know, we're adults, we can do that.
Right.
But
Every now and then.
when it goes above the line of where it should have gone, that's when I squash it and it's like, no, that's enough. Don't
Right.
go too far. I do not mind a joke, you know, like when I pick up my resin willies and I show them. Does it have to go filthy all the time? No, it doesn't. We're adults. I'm showing the craft of what I've made.
Right.
Behave yourselves. You know,
Right.
we're grown adults. Grow up.
That's what I said.
Right.
I said.
Well,
I mean,
well.
honestly, using you and everyone when I said that I decided that everybody involved, including myself, needed to grow up and quit acting like a 3-year-old.
Yes, Paul, but you blocked me for I still don't know why. Apart from what happened to us personally, I don't know why you blocked me.
That's probably the reason why.
Yeah, but that shouldn't happen.
Besides, I mean,
What happened outside of YouTube, this is what I keep saying, what happens
Okay.
outside of YouTube, just stay out of there. Don't bring your personal shit into someone else's crap. That's why I
honestly,
don't have drama on my show. Anyone starts drama, they're gone.
honestly, I'm going to tell you something. Honestly, I blocked you because I figured that you didn't want to see nothing that I put up, and you didn't want to see it, and I was when I blocked you on Facebook, I was letting you know there. I won't bug you. I'm not going to bug you. That's what I was saying when I blocked you on Facebook. Okay? Because you know damn
I
well
just want to say,
I blocked you on Facebook and Instagram, so you would know for a fact that I was not going to bug you.
We are adult enough not to block people, okay? That's all I'm saying.
I just want to say,
You can't sort out if everybody's blocked. And then it goes back to he said, she said. Because we're blocked, we can't say, oh, did you really? We need to sort this out.
Right?
How can we do that if everyone's blocked?
Right?
You all keep saying, oh, we're not in a playground, but you all got everyone blocked.
Right. But the
So
thing
we
is,
can't sort shit out.
that was me acting like a 3-year-old. Okay. I unblocked Flower. I unblocked Randy. I can do the same for you.
Sorry, I've got to take my drugs.
Go ahead.
Well, that's like the one.
Like I always say, a person's health is more important than anything on YouTube.
Well, that's like the one person that
Yeah,
I
and,
mentioned
and,
earlier that-
and believe me, with everything that's been going on, I've lost a lot of sleep. Even with the past week, the things have gone on. I've not slept at all.
Right.
I can't do this anymore. I have to have some sleep. I have to have some type of aspect where I can sleep.
Mm-hmm. Phone died.
Everything that I have tried to do to help other people to maybe try to curve their aspect around, show them that they're not this type of person. And as much as work as I've tried to do, in the long run, all it is just a slap in the face for me. That's how I see it. And that's not with you, Rays. So please don't take it that way. I'm not talking about
Randy,
you.
how many times have I told you it is not your job to prove to others what others are like? Prove to others what you are like, not others.
Right.
Stop getting involved with everyone else's shit. I keep telling you and telling you and telling you, and you ignore it, and then you end up like this. Look after yourself. Stop worrying about what other people are doing. If it's affecting their channel, that's their fucking problem. You just don't listen.
Good advice.
I'm not worried about what they say or do. But when those individuals, I'm just saying, when they just keep bringing me back into it, it's like, wow, what do I need to do now? And I won't stand idly by, just like anybody else up here. They're not going to stand idly by and be said that, well, I hear this, and,
But that's something that we all
they have to stand up for themselves.
And go to the horse's mouth where it came from.
That is something that we all did wrong, right there. We listened to everybody else, but the person that we was upset
and that's
with.
all I ever wanted to do. That's all I ever wanted to do. Let's find out what I did so wrong.
I think that it's good that, we have, there's this opportunity here and now to clear the air.
Right.
Which is cool.
Well, the thing is, I would never did this. I would never did this on my channel, and I would not did it on Randy's. I would not have did it on Rave's. We needed a neutral party like this, because we all know Marty is neutral party, and he's letting us talk.
Well, I kind of would have preferred you to come to me, but I hear you saying yes.
No, I'm just saying
you need to be mutual.
But the thing is, what we say on this here, like I apologize to you, you apologize to me. I apologize to Raves if I said anything, and I probably did.
You did.
And I did say sorry to her for anything I said.
Did you know you was invited to the memorial service I done for Ruthie?
Huh?
Yes, I'm talking to you, Paul.
Yeah, I know, but I never heard what you said.
Did you know that you was invited to Ruthie's memorial service?
I knew that about an hour after you shut down.
But I sent it before I even done it.
But Amanda got a hold of me about it. Well, I'm going to say between a half hour to an hour after you shut down, sent me the link and said that I was invited. Or she could have did it before that, and I didn't have my Facebook pulled up. Because I haven't really been going on Facebook since this shit started.
Well, I know that morning. Actually, Paul, we were honestly really looking forward to coming up and because you had some good things to say about Ruthie, and we were kind of looking forward to that morning.
Well, I had mine, and
Hey,
I mean, I did say the good stuff, but the thing is, I didn't get the message from Amanda until about a half hour to an hour after the church went, stopped. So that's fine with me.
it's a lack of time. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right.
And
We just,
so,
I mean, I know that Raves and
honestly,
both of
honestly,
us really wanted you there because I know that you knew Ruthie pretty well,
honestly,
and that's all we wanted from you.
if
We really honestly wanted to hear what you thought.
I was invited to anybody's channel about Ruthie, I would have went at that point just for Ruthie.
Thank you.
That one thing I wished I could have got to know her. She sounded like an awesome person.
She was a beautiful soul that was always happy, always out there, always trying to make friends, always hoping that everybody else would become friends. And
yes, she did.
That's what her whole channel was about. Her whole channel was connecting people. That's anytime she went live, it was about connecting people.
I like that.
Yes, it was.
That's really awesome, man.
I mean, that's how I met Randy.
And sausages.
And sausages, yeah.
That's so cool.
Sausages, yeah. We can never forget the queen of sausages. Come on.
That's what I was going to name her new character. I was going to name her new character the queen of the sausages, but but I decided not to.
Like I said, I haven't got to meet her, and if she's listening, I want to keep it short, Ruthie. But if you're listening, Ruthie, I got something for you. Wendeyaho, Wendeyaho, Wendeya, hey-oh, 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 ya, ya, ya. Aho, aho. Yeah. Leila Waste. She sounded like an awesome person. And that, I tell you what, from everything you described is like, man, I wish I could have got to know her. That's awesome. She's like a great person.
Yep.
And Raves, my dear, to me, I don't know you well, but I do say this, you're an awesome person too. You're a very awesome person. And what all the other people, and they, you got people that start crap and they do this and they do that. If they're not man or woman enough to get things straightened out, then they can just go on their merry own way, do their own thing, and just everyone knows and be happy. Because look at us. Look how old we are. We're.
I know. I got one leg in the grave, farting dust, and barely can see over the fucking top of the dirt just to see where I'm going. Hey, I admit to it. I ain't got a problem with it.
Randy, here's something I said. Because I was wondering if you would really tell him your true age. Okay? Because you say you're 53.
He is.
And the thing is, I met a guy down at the store a few weeks back. He could have been your twin. He could have been your twin.
They say we all have a twin somewhere.
And I asked him, and this is what I said on on live. I said,
With or
and,
without the goatee? With or
and I
without the
asked
goatee?
him,
Just kidding.
I said, and I asked him how old he was.
Hmm?
He goes, I'm 73.
Wow.
Well,
Well, my actual true age is I was born in 1968, June 3rd. I will be exactly 54 years old this coming June 3rd.
But
I
then
turned
again, you're not the only person on YouTube that I always wonder if they were telling the truth about their age, because there's some of them that, I mean, me, I think I look older than I am.
I can't hide it. Come on. I can't
I've had
hide
a
it, even
lot
though
of
I shaved it off
I've
on
had
the
a lot
live
of
show, but
people
still, I
I've
can't
had a
hide
lot
my
of people
age.
think I was older.
Mhm.
I'm 61. I
Right.
turned 61 just this past March.
Well, you ain't that much older than I am.
Yeah, this March. Excuse me. This March. I'll get there. See what old age does to you?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
forget.
I know, damn it. God. What the hell is really going on here?
But guys and gals, since this shit started, okay, and I'm not talking about the 3 that I'm fed up with for life, okay. I'm talking about between the 3, because originally there were 6 of you originally, and 3 of them, I can't forgive the lies that they told on me. I cannot forgive what they said at all, or what they did in their real life. Okay.
Understandable.
The thing is, okay. The thing is, the 3 of you, Flower, Raves, and Randy, the FRR. If you put a U in there, we got fur.
Yeah, for instance,
But
right.
the thing is, I know I know you you guys either watching or friends of yours is watching my channel every time I go live, or Paul is doing it, and I'm not talking about myself. But the thing is, I have been in so much that I've been in so much physical pain, especially the last 3 weeks. That's what got me thinking what to do. And as soon as I decided it's time for me to grow up, it's time for me just to be able to have fun on my own channels without worrying about somebody trying to come in and start shit. Just have fun like I used to. And
I mean, that's all we want, Paul. I think that's all we want, man. It's just to go back to where it used to be
and
without
the thing
that.
is, honestly, that is when I stopped watching everybody's channels. That's when I totally stopped watching everybody's channels. And the thing is, I haven't felt better. Give me a minute. Yes.
Will you come get her so I can get up and go pee?
Okay. I'll be there in a minute. I'll be right back. Nobody
But,
leave, okay? Here. I'm not
But
done.
Ray,
I have to go.
I will tell you.
I have to go get the dog so my cousin can go pee.
Oh
Dog,
yeah.
Well,
it's,
she can't. She can't walk good, and she's on oxygen and everything else. So.
Oh goodness. So
no
Ray,
problem. You go
how are you? How have you been doing?
I'm doing okay.
Well, I'm glad
Tired.
to hear that.
Tired of the crap.
I hear you. I hear you. I
Hey,
understand that. Yeah.
Ray, if you
Trust
don't
me.
mind.
You know, I know where you're coming from. You know, I've been there. You know, experienced it No, and the only thing I can say to YouTubers is like, please, you know, keep all the crap off your channel,
I do. I don't
and
have it on mine.
and then if you have an issue with somebody, do it face to face, so to speak. Either if you can do it in person, do it face to face like that, personal, do it. If you can't do it over the phone or a messenger, Skype, whatever, but get the air cleared. But don't bring it on the channels. You know, just keep your channels about what it's about, you know, whatever it may be. That's what I would suggest to those people, the YouTubers.
Right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like I said, I've been from town great ever since I've made up my mind. That's what I'm going to do. I wasn't going to bug nobody. I wasn't going to talk about nobody. I was just going to be my old self, having fun, playing games, talking paranormal, talking books, and enjoying myself.
That's all I wanted. That's all
And
I wanted.
ever since I decided I was going to do that, which has been 2 days, and for the last 2 days, I have not had no pain.
Oh, cool.
I have not had no worries.
Awesome, bro.
Now the thing is, there is someone that is a mod over there on Chris's channel, and I figured he would be the one to hit the block button.
No one would.
Yeah, he would have.
No, he won't, because if they did that out of spite, they would have been kicked out. Chris doesn't have drama on his channel.
You know,
I'm just
So Chris came to me and was asking
If
why.
you abuse your mod powers, you get kicked out anyway. So
But the thing is, I used to be a mod there anyway, and the thing is, by the time that he got control of putting everybody back in mods, that one person that I believe that would block me was already a mod. So I told Marie, I said, let Chris know I'm watching, but I am not going to talk. And then he came to me on Vinny's channel and told me to come in, say something, and as soon as I say something, he would remob me. Because he couldn't mob me unless I say something.
no.
And so as soon as I went in, I said, hi, Chris. And within a second, he remodded me. Now, honestly, last night, I was trying to be good. I can't remember what channel. I don't know if it was Chris's or somebody else's channel. But Deb and Laura was in there. I said hi to them. They left. They didn't say hi. They just left. And that's fine with me. But I put it out there. I was the first one to say hi to them.
Well, let me say this, you know, because I know eventually people, you know, this is long and everything, but people tend to watch a little at a time when it's long, and then, but whoever watches this, all right, remember this, okay? All right, and going back on this old analogy thing here, when we were kids and in schools, you know, you remember the cliques?
Right.
You remember, you know, you hated that part, you know, and sometimes we ended up, some of us, you know, as kids, maybe had been involved in a clique, and then you got tired of it. So remember this: we're adults, and here we are on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You might as well say television,
right?
And this is not it's not soap opera,
right?
You know, and each one has their own niche, their own thing on their channel, and they started their channel because this is what they love to do. It's who they are. And like
I
the
give
ones
I
on
give
this
it to you,
panel
Mark.
and anyone else, everyone who's not on this panel, and in the chat, who watches this,
Right.
I will say this, and I think I speak for each one. All right. If anyone brings their crap, whether about any of them or whoever it may be on this channel, I will block you. But if you want to clear the air with me, first, if it's about them, you go straight to them.
Well, me and you are declared the heirs.
Yeah, and if it's about me, then come to me privately. We'll get it straightened out one way or the other, either for the good or bad, whichever it may be, and we'll go our merry way and be happy. But each one of us have our own channels. We like to do our own thing, and we like to get along with others, and we will respect others. However, don't bring the drama, the hate or whatever, and don't bring your gossip on our channels or anyone else's channels. You and the other person privately, whatever it may be, because we all have our lives,
right?
And we love life, and we love people,
right?
But we
That's
don't
why I
love
do what I do.
Well, that's what's so good about this type of thing.
Right.
Nobody's fighting.
Exactly.
Everybody's talking like adults.
That's right.
I know people that if they wanted to apologize, they probably would get into a fight.
Yeah, I've met some of those.
I'm not up here to fight with nobody. I never even came to YouTube to fight nobody. The only thing I want to do is leave some kind of legacy to say I was here on Earth. That's my only thing. I make friends on the way. Awesome.
The thing is, give me a minute. I'm trying to do something here. Right or wrong, I'm going to try to do something.
Go ahead, shoot, bro.
I will, but I'm trying to find something here.
Okay.
Up here.
In the meantime, Graves, I will tell you this.
Okay. Now, I unblocked Randy. I unblocked Flower because we talked. We got a little bit of air out, and Randy still wants to know some things, why I did stuff, but he wants to talk about that in private, and that's fine with me. But I am going to give the olive branch to you, Raves. I just unblocked you off my channel. I just unblocked you off of Messenger. Now, the ball is in your court. You can do with it as you please. And if you want to come over and watch, that's fine. If you need to message me and talk, you have a way to do that now. Okay?
Okay.
Now, will things be the same between all three of us? I can say fuck no. Because after this, none of us is going to trust you for a very long time. And that's just human nature. Yeah. I have to earn each one of yours respect back, and each of you has to earn mine back. But the thing is, we can't do it without talking. We can't do it without talking. We cannot do it without communication. So now Randy can get hold of me. I'm still trying to unblock him on that damn thing, but it's pissing me off.
Yeah, I'll check my Twitter, but like I said, I never blocked you on Instagram. I always left that window open.
Right. But the thing is, you just got the olive branch. Now the thing is, I would not show up on your channel
Fair enough.
until you tell me it's okay. Fair?
Well, Paul, like I said,
Now the
in
thing
my
is,
in my
I'm
last
telling
video I
you,
posted, everybody is welcome to my channel. Just don't come and start shit. That's all I've said to everybody. I
but here's
welcome everybody,
right. But the thing is,
including you, including you.
I am saying, Raves, you're more than welcome to come to the channel, enjoy the games I play or whatever. I will unblock you from the other two channels, and I will unblock Randy from the other two channels. Okay, and you guys can go to whichever channel you want that you enjoy. I mean, I know for a fact we all like the wrestling. We all like the pool.
Wrestling, not wrestling.
So I'm a hillbilly.
Careful,
I
she's
am
gonna
from the
correct
hills.
you.
Hey, Rays, you know the way we say it in the South?
Yeah.
Wrestling.
I know. I just pick on him when he says it that way.
It's a
Yeah.
southern thing with us. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, she's always gone to me because I honestly think people saying wrestling sounds stupid because where I come from, everybody said wrestling,
Yeah.
and that's why I say it. I think is I got used to hearing everybody else saying it, and it just I automatically. But the thing is,
I blame it on California because they say wrestling, pronounced the way it's spelled, WRE, wrestling. But yeah,
the
I
thing
always said
is,
wrestling. So.
the thing
And
is,
here in the South, we also, instead of saying you all, we say y'all.
y'all.
Y'all, yeah, y'all. Yeah,
is,
I say y'all all the time. It's I'm born and raised in Southern California,
Now-
but still, I was brought up with the Texas morals, so it's y'all.
Now, Randy.
Yeah, y'all.
Oh, I just unblocked you.
Okay. When and if you come over to the channel, because I heard that you and Terry wasn't getting along,
Who are you talking to?
Randy. And
I hear you.
Just like you said, don't start no shit with him.
Nope. I will not start shit with nobody, Paul. Nobody. I never have. I never will.
And the thing is, I told all my mods before Flower showed up that I unblocked her and she's welcome on the channel not to touch him. January, Randy, I told them the same thing about you. You've been unblocked off my channel since January.
I did not know this, but thank you.
You see how many months it's been that I've been thinking about stopping this, what we were doing. I've been thinking about it since January. Because
same here, man. Same here. It's just I haven't been able to get a hold of you.
Well, it's hard to get a hold of me.
At the time it was, but I didn't know. I didn't know.
And you can tell
Ray,
the other ones.
Tired, sis.
She's just waking up. She hasn't had enough tea yet.
Oh. And what time is it there, sis?
11:15.
Oh, dang. It's 5
in the morning.
a.m. here.
Yeah, 6:17 here.
And it's probably time that I try, and that's the word try, to hit the old sack if I can, or it's going to probably hit me, one of the two. But, because I've been in a lot of pain and stuff, it just, my back.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But,
here.
But anyway, I want y'all to know I appreciate you. Glad that y'all came up.
Yeah.
And it's good to see
Thank
that
you
you
for
got
having me, brother.
everything, pretty much cleared. And I wish more people would do that, get things cleared,
Well,
it would save a lot of trouble.
honestly,
Without
if
the
more people,
yelling and
if more
screaming,
more
yeah.
people if more people had a neutral channel, they might.
Exactly.
Thing is, it's hard to come up here when the person that has the channel is involved in what's going on. Marty, you don't have nothing in what's going
Hey
on.
Laura, how you
So
doing, babe?
that makes you.
Well, I
Hey,
love
Laura.
you. I love you guys all,
You do realise there's another way to do this, right? Without going on YouTube.
Well, that's like on my channel, Old Fart Talk, especially on that channel, because I'm on all three. I'm on three channels. Well,
All
one
right.
on Facebook in a group, and then 2 channels here. This channel, Old Fart Talk, and Facebook on Sasquatch and the Paranormal.
Right.
Okay, and anyway, I on my channel, Old Fart Talk, it's kind of like a talk show, but yet I give a chance for, if people's got a monkey on their back and need to get it off, get a load off, and need to do a little ranting and raving. Maybe if they want to, get things straightened out like now, it's always a good, everyone's welcome to do so. So, but anyway, I love you all, and I am happy to see you here. It means a lot to me because y'all are wonderful people, and I want you to know you always feel welcome at any time that I'm on live, because I don't have a particular schedule, because
Right.
I'm always busy. I have a lot of stuff on it, and at night sometimes if I'm really hurting bad, and
Go and
not
get some
feeling
rest
good, and I
then,
can't, if I can't sleep, I'll come on live, and just stay up for however long, because I can't sleep, because
Right.
I'm hurting, and I'm still hurting. I probably got to find me something to take for the pain, and hey, I got to let you know how much I love y'all and appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that y'all came up tonight, and became a part of this, and got the air cleared out, and everything, and all that good stuff. And Laura,
honestly,
OCO.
Honestly,
That's the word.
this was not in my plan. Honestly, this was not my plan. I was going to stay in chat and be respectful to everybody that was in here, like I am over at Chris's, like I am over at AAP's, because the fighting, it's time for the fighting to quit between.
Thank you. Yes, it is time for
the last 2 people.
And I'm glad you came up here, Paul.
I mean, that it's time for me to quit fighting with the last 2 people that I would forgive in this whole mess.
Well, thank you for coming up here, man. And I'm especially for myself. Thank you for talking to me, because.
Did Derek get hold of you and tell you that we was on here?
Who?
Derek.
No. No one did. I've got Warhorse thingy.
Okay.
And it just came up.
Warhorse was up, I came up, and then here you are. Here you guys are. So.
Well, it was funny because Derek came in, said hi, and then he never said nothing after that. And then you popped in.
Derek can't get hold of me in private. He doesn't know how to. So.
Okay.
I just put my YouTube on, Warhorse was on, and I just went, what?
So like I said, Randy, Raves,
yes,
you both are welcome back on the channel. You get neither one of you blocked, and you got right now. You can talk on Twitter, Randy, and Raves. If you want to talk to me about anything, you got me on Facebook now, or on Messenger.
You also do what me and Laura do all the time is private StreamYard chat.
Yeah.
Laura
But,
said, is she unblocked?
Laura was never blocked.
Yeah, well, if y'all don't mind me saying it, but I will say this. Raves, I'm gonna miss you.
Nope.
Again,
I know.
I am.
There's no idea.
I don't either. But anyway, you know, y'all mean a lot to me, and you know, everyone. I love y'all every bit. You know, I mean,
What the heck?
you guys rock. You know, and hey, maybe you know, some people talk about destiny and things like that. Maybe it was just meant to be tonight. Now, you know, to get the air cleared, you know, and things and stuff. You know, I think that's cool.
Well, I think it's time. I think it was past time since this shit started. What?
Hi, Haley.
It started what? September, October.
Months ago. Months ago.
Yeah. And it's time to grow up and just get on with life. If we can be friends, awesome. If people don't want to be friends, at least we can be sensible when we run into each other on another person's stream.
Well, I can get as many friends as I can get. Fuck, I ain't got too many of them, so guess what? You know, the more friends, the more merrier that I can be. So
you know, and I know, like at 5:24 a.m. that
I know, brother.
Because at around 7:30, around in there, I have to feed the dogs, take them out, and feed the chickens and the birds and everything else and what have you.
I got the chickens.
And I tell you what, it keeps you busy.
Yep.
It keeps you busy. And then plus I got the film projects that I've been working on. And I mean, it's going to take a long time, especially since it's right now, it's just me working on it.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually hopefully I'll have others to help me with it. But and I'm hoping when everything is done, once I can get the movie up, that everyone will love it, because, you know, I tell you what, it's hard work. It's hard work. But anyway, I want you to know how much I love y'all, because y'all mean everything. Y'all are good people, and I want y'all to have a blessed night or day. And I love y'all. So you take care, and everyone in chat, be blessed. And I will catch you in the funny pages. All right? Later, y'all. Love y'all.
Later, everybody.
Bye.